Right. How y'all been?
Dead silence.
When I picked up the Hogwarts game today.
I'm still
She's been
thinking about it.
playing it. Yeah, it looks really pretty.
Dude, it's really fun. Like the combat, it's literally just Harry Potter, Spider-Man, Batman, Ghost of Tsushima style. It is so fucking fun. Just
Yeah.
comboing all the spells off of each other.
Hell yeah.
I saw a
I'm
video
gonna pop up.
that the killing
Yeah, I'll be back.
curse wasn't the best one to end a fight, according to
Killing Curse
some
is the best.
people.
It's the best start of fight. Are you kidding me? One of the perks. If you curse a bunch of things and then do it, it kills everything that's cursed. And one of the other curses, when you put it on them and you start attacking, it starts shooting projectiles from them at other things that curses other people. So you can literally end an encounter in like 2 seconds if you build
I
yourself.
saw that. I saw that if you mark multiple people with curses and then hit them with the killing curse, it just branches off into everyone.
Yeah. You kind of have to like spec into it, but if you're willing to do that, you can annihilate massive groups of people very fast.
That's so fucked up.
Don't worry, we're the good guy.
I like all the memes that came out right before the game's release.
All the oh my god, I love them.
They're great. Or the one where the American transfer student and then just pulls out a gun.
Yeah, he's like, we should settle this right fucking now. It's called a Glock 17. You just point it at him, it's over. You don't even have to cast a spell.
One of the ones I saw, this guy, he was like dressed up and he had a wand, and the caption's like, when Hufflepuff tries to pull shit on you, and he just drops the wand and pulls a gun out of his waistband that's hidden
Accurate.
underneath his
Accurate.
robe.
It's very accurate. Don't mess with Hufflepuffs.
You know what's crazy?
Mm.
It's not like plot relevant, but each one of the houses gets a bunch of different like side quests to them. Hufflepuff is the one that gets to go to fucking Azkaban in their side quest.
Really?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we gotta kill them bad guys and blame Slytherin.
Alright, well. Everybody's here. It is time for us to begin the week's festivities. Let's see, what can let's do.
Let's see how many laws we can break.
Who knows?
And possible political rivals we shall kill.
Well, we'll start with the last time, where we picked up with you guys here already within the city of Baldur's Gate. Let's see, we started with Rose and Nobody outside of the Temple District, of course, with your short jaunt into the underbelly and forgotten youths of the city itself. The party having just concluded Ken's restoration, coming out to find that you guys were gone. And a, unfortunately, low sequence of rolls kept you guys from fighting each other for just a while before finally meeting back up and heading towards the High Hall to meet with the Council of Four, who had been kind of not waiting on you, but expecting you at some point this afternoon. You came into the hall and were introduced to the four nobles and members of the leadership here who had a conversation with you regarding, like, what to expect from this new neighbor of theirs, and to kind of lay down where they were at. Um, that you know where you guys had landed the island served as a possible trade issue going into the future, but they weren't willing to start things off on a really negative foot. So it wasn't hostile, and they weren't coming to like military arms. You endeared yourself to one in particular, Boleyn, who another one, Abdel, was fascinated with Ken's magical armaments and is also favorable towards you, at least from your discernment of that situation. The other two coming off more like aloof and questioning, kind of just this air of superiority. Honestly, is what it more came off of. Like, who are you people? Like, it didn't come off as hostile, but he was just a noble dickbag. And the other one really was just focused on stuffing his gullet with everything he could, and also enjoyed the show that Ken put off in the front yard. Concluding that you had a private conversation with Boleyn, who had given you the address to your current rival here within Baldur's Gate.
The current target of my fireball.
Yeah, a conversation occurred in which she pretty much danced around.
Just try not to get caught.
Yeah, it was very you had some flashbacks there to being in the Astral Sea with Okra, and her just being like, listen, if he happens to turn up dead, that only really helps me because he is a political rival. However, I can't protect you if you fuck up. So
I cannot publicly condone your actions.
Right.
However, here's his
You're
address.
on your own.
And providing you with the address to Vogg's Manor within
Under the table.
district. And let's see. Yeah, you had discussed with them a possibility of
Prisoner transfer.
coming back the next morning. Yeah, a prison transfer as well, which she was going to look into, moving your two allies from Magehold to her custody to then give into your custody, where you guys could then keep them on Starlight's, or the Starfall, in the Platinum Enclave. Let's see, I'm just trying to there's a lot of... I was going in a different direction when you said that.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I derailed. The big thing that's keeping my mind busy is I cannot remember the name of the inn that you guys stayed at. So, inspiration to whoever can remind me of it, and it sounds right enough.
We stayed at an
I can't
inn.
remember it from my notes. Yes,
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
night.
we went.
He random.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I remember it being hilarious, but I can't
Yeah,
think of
it
what
was
it fucking
something funny,
It was.
but
Okay, well,
The winking ski.
yeah, we will
Mermaids.
reference the archives later, unfortunately. But you had secured yourself lodging at an inn, Rose, performing a grand kind of... Rose's performances aren't musical. They're kind of
Once
like
upon
what
a
we do.
time.
They're talking. Rose tells a story. Rose is a storyteller. It's one of the oldest. Yeah, it's one of the oldest crafts. But their innate magic always has this draw to it. It changes the tempo and timbre of their voice. They can shift subtle parts of themselves to make characters become more alive and real, affecting the lighting and the sound around them. So you've seen Rose do this before, but it's always kind of impressive, and it gets you guys the essentially royal suite here within the hilariously named inn in Steeps. Some shopping happened. I remember that you guys had sold a few things and purchased some things. Finding a fun little gnome woman who had an interesting little magic shop tucked in the corner down
old
here.
Eret's extra rapier.
That's what it was.
Super
Ken had secured a meeting the next morning in which Boleyn would reach out to the various magical guilds and see who would be interested in hearing his essential TED Talk in regards to artificery and how it can work within the city here and the people of the Sword Coast. She said she would send out the word, see who could turn up on short notice, and that you guys would come out the next morning and
Oh.
find out. Ken has probably been stuck in a muted state since I moved him down here because, Discord breaks like that.
Oh no.
What is that? Oh, that was Earth. Earth. Ken, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just wanted to be sure. Okay, cool. You guys had retired to the inn that night after Rose's performance. Ken sat down with his notebook and made an outline in regards to his next morning's kind of speech and demonstration. And in going over it with Aerith and Rose, the three of you decided to work together and maybe change a few things here and there to make it more approachable to the way that the people here in the city understand magic. And you went to bed that evening with a plan for the next morning, and your enemy's address in hand. You each turned in. Nothing accosted you this evening. You each got your long
Surprisingly.
rest. I know. It happens occasionally. But you each get your long rest, and the next morning you wake up feeling refreshed. It's about 9:30 in the morning, and the day is yours. So, Wanderers of Starlight, as you convene in the inn's common area and get yourself breakfast of pretty much anything you could think of here within a tavern, like a diner, you are free to go about what you would like to do. Ken, you've got about an hour and a half maybe until you're supposed to be there. It wasn't immediately in the morning. It was kind of later in the morning after everyone had time to eat and get over there. So you're there before noon. That would have been conveyed to you. So you've got time to finish eating and then get over to the High Hall, where they've. Actually, where would it be?
That'll work.
Let me see. No, I guess it would be. Give me 1 second.
Their atrium.
Ken, I'd go with you
Guys,
just
probably
to give you an extra hand.
just a heads up, you guys are gonna have to probably, if anything happens, run Eidos temporarily. I got a call from work. I gotta run and help maintenance with something real quick.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Good luck.
That's fine.
with
Ken's
something
gonna
big.
do his thing, so.
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll take a little
I'll hop back in whenever I get back.
Sweet.
bit.
Alrighty. Let's see. Let me look. Notable locations in the upper city. I got the music added back in, but it's not balanced to sound anymore, so I have to redo all that. That'll be fun.
I have my fan in the background trying to muddle my noise for the baby. 'Cause he never got his nap earlier today, so
Oh no. Oh,
So-
poor baby.
hopefully he can sleep
So that
through the
means he should
night.
sleep. Yeah, that means he can sleep soundly now because he's super tired.
Is there no, academy here? That I
Maybe
can
it is the
trust?
High Hall.
I mean, I'm sure Baldur's Gate has
Right?
an academy.
Yeah. Just make one up.
Yeah, okay. Ken, they will have sent you instructions the night before for your meeting. A room has been rented out in the Temple of Ayun in the Temple District. And it's not going to be a big hall, like a huge, but it'll be enough to seat up to a couple dozen. And the correspondence you get from the young messenger that kind of brings it in the night before just states that it's set to start sometime in the hour before noon, at your convenience whenever you get there. That those who are interested in attending have been invited to arrive sometime at around 11, and to expect an interesting demonstration of new technological advancements in magic.
Okay. Well, first things first. I'm gonna pass out my latest inventions to everyone. Give everyone one.
Okay,
What?
what is this?
It's a gun.
Don't tempt
No,
me.
it's not a gun. It's fine.
Oh,
It's something to keep you safe, and vice versa.
a shotgun.
Keep you safe and keep each other safe.
What do you?
A riot
Yeah.
shield.
No, it's the little. Well, it's basically a defibrillator.
Okay, how many of them did you make? Because they do
Well,
take
you
time
said
to
it
make.
was. Well, you said 130 per,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I goofed.
The
Shit.
I mean, you could definitely have
So
one crafted by now because you've created
yeah,
one as a test, but
yeah.
you would need to spend about a few hours crafting and laying in the
Okay.
revivify spellcraft.
Crap, I gotta redo my money then, because I took out like 130 times 5.
All right,
Ooh.
that's 750.
Okay. Yeah, that's
650.
Oh, 650.
I knew that was wrong.
Math.
It's like 750.
I'll show my newest invention to everyone, and
Ooh.
make plans to make one for
Well,
everyone to on them person in case
it
something
looks
happens.
fancy. What does it do?
Well, essentially, it keeps your heart from stopping.
Or starts it again once it stops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Call it
So,
Herbaliber.
Yeah, it does. It scans the target's body to, make sure there's a heartbeat, and if there's not, give you a nice little jolt to wake you back up.
ew.
Interesting.
All intents and purposes, is out of character. It's like a revivify item.
Yeah.
It has a
It's
single use
basically
per day.
Yeah, it's basically a defibrillator. I really typed it into my inventory as platinum defibrillator.
It's a stone looks about the size of like half an orange. It's flat except for these little nodules on the underside of it, and it's just covered in this symmetrical kind of rune work. And on the top of it is a divot where it currently has a diamond kind of inlaid into it.
Could we use it as a weapon?
Can we
We,
stop somebody else's heart with it?
Yes.
No, that's not how this works. This is a support.
I mean, that's like how use it like a real defibrillator and be like, shock
If you were
someone.
gonna use it like
Right?
a real defibrillator,
Disrupt
you'd
their
have to
heartbeat.
put in a lightning spell.
Yes.
You might as well just lightning bolt somebody at that point then.
Exactly.
Well, I can't cast magic, so
That's unfortunate.
that's why I want to shock people with the defibrillator. Be like, here, let me help you, and then shock them.
Now this
lightning
nice.
Okay, so we
Shocking
make
grasp.
5 of them, but one of the 5 actually has lightning bolt stored. Rather than...
And we Russian roulette with them?
Yes.
Oh
Hell
god.
yeah.
And you
Or
have
we
to
know
roll a
which
die
one
to
it is.
see
Like,
if
hey,
you
look,
get.
see, it heals people. Here, let me use it on you. Show you how much it heals you.
And you have to roll a die to
Just don't get
determine
mixed up.
if you either get revivify or lightning bolt.
Come
See,
back to
that's a
life
great
forward.
magical item.
It's actually a good point. Hold on. We need to roll a few dice. Okay. Interesting.
Uh,
Also fascinating.
Does
I
it shoot
don't like
lightning
that.
now? Does it shoot lightning now? Is that what the dice have determined?
Oh, no. I let my mind wander a little bit to a different part of the map while you guys were talking and thought of something I hadn't checked on in a minute, so I had to ask the dice.
Oh, that's worse.
Well, we have time. I don't know if you wanted to go get set up at your room. We also need to check in with the lady and see if she has our people? Do we do that now, or
It was discussed that we do that after the seminar is over.
okay?
What are you going to
Do
be
you
showing
wanna-
at the seminar?
Basically an intro into what I do. Show some examples. Kind of compare how. Kind of give like parallel examples of like, hey, you know, wizards can do this. Here's how artificery kind of does it similarly.
Okay.
Kind of give like parallel examples.
Okay.
And then like I guess towards the end I can show them like a demonstration of all of my inventions, and I guess
Is attendance mandatory?
Like your attendance?
Like, do I have to go and sit and listen to you talk about artificery? No offense.
That'd be great.
Like, I'm sure
fine.
it's fascinating, but
As much as I would like to keep my eye on you to make sure you don't do any to make sure shenanigans don't increase before we gotta do what we gotta do. No, it is not mandatory, but please
Don't cause more
stay
chaos
close.
before our actual chaos.
I'll be good. I promise.
Still gotta
Okay,
talk.
then.
Your
We still
definition
gotta
of
have that.
close.
We still gotta have that talk later. Don't you forget. I haven't forgot.
I don't know what you're talking about. We'll
I know
talk.
exactly what we're talking about.
I've been nothing
Anyway,
but
yeah.
good.
I was about to say, if you say
Any
good,
Anywho, did you want to be at your room like an hour and a half early? Do you have stuff you need to set up? Do we need to go and like check it out? Do we need to go make sure it's not trapped to explode? Do we need to make sure that they actually like invited people to this?
Yeah, very much so. I am also going to ask Eodos like really quickly. This is gonna be completely off topic, but does he remember anything in regard to defensive fighting while he was with the mercenaries?
Okay.
And two, I know Murphy's gonna ask this when he gets back, but can we do a quick lesson in Draconic? Because I know he's gonna ask about it.
That is very fair. Okay.
It's
All
true.
right.
If we can do our morning.
So
I
you guys will do
give-
your morning rituals.
advantage on that since. Or no, wait,
If
I'd
you
be doing my own
If you
thing.
want to help, yeah,
Right.
you can dedicate
pick
your
one or the
morning to
other.
helping Eodos as well, and yeah, that would give both of them. And you would roll, he would roll, and then Eodos would roll with advantage.
You know what? I'll help Eodos.
I can
wanna
also
do it
help
early.
because apparently I also know Draconic.
You also know Draconic. That would just increase the base gain. Honestly, the more people at that point that would be helping, that would just add an extra flat +5 to whatever arbitrary number I keep assigning to things. And it's not arbitrary; it's just not well defined.
You just don't know what it is.
It fluctuates until I feel like
No,
it
I
has
mean-
reached.
Like, it does a little bit, but it also does kind of follow rules. And I was actually talking about this with my other DM in the Pokemon campaign regarding something similar. I think it needs to be defined, and you guys should know how I'm doing it so that you know what you're working towards and can kind of see where you're at. And so I'm going to type something up this week. But either way, if that's how you guys want to go for it, you can all help Eodos with a quick cram session.
I will not.
Rose will not. Okay.
I got you.
All right. Let me see. As far as defensive fighting, let me see what he has.
I'm gonna say Robert would be very good at defensive fighting.
Yeah, right.
This is you go into defense mode, and then maybe everything doesn't hit you in the face.
Yep. Well, I
Sometimes.
mean, he had Polar Master and Sentinel as
Yeah.
well.
Let's just go ask Robert.
He knows how to fight in uneven terrains, so he knows kind of how to make use of terrain around him, but he'll even say himself, that he's an ambush predator. He's not about defending. He's about just striking them down before they have a chance.
Uh,
He's like a crocodile.
The best
Yeah.
defense is to hide.
The best
Or
defense is an
turn into a
overwhelming
T-Rex.
offense.
Or an overwhelming offense.
Or
But
turn into a T-Rex.
yeah,
Or
let me
hit
go
him
ahead.
from really far away.
I'm actually going to say Eodos roll int with advantage when he returns, so that Earth can roll it. I'm just
Yeah.
going to put it right there. Okay, cool. So before you leave, Rose, what are you doing while they sit down for a
I
cram session?
want to do my dex practice.
Okay, roll me a dexterity.
God damn
All
it.
right. Morning.
Son of a bitch.
This is
Is this for deck saves?
can.
For what?
To increase your
think-
deck save?
No, just her dex.
Oh, no, just my dexterity modifier overall.
Gotcha.
Aerith and Ken, go ahead and roll me intelligence as well.
Boop. Why am I at advantage? I'm sorry.
Ooh, no, you're good.
It's because you're smart.
All right, 11 and 19. Cool.
I'm not that
Got
smart.
it. And then Rose, dexterity, practice, 9. Got it. Okay, cool. So you sit down together over your morning meal, eat, and then kind of take up just the table space and talk. It's not like people are trying to, rush you out. It's not that kind of a restaurant, but you guys are just kind of chilling in a public space, discussing Draconic and teaching Eidos, and he's nodding along, and we'll see how that goes later. But afterwards, you head out and towards the Temple of Ioun, asking a few people here and there, and they point you to the right direction. It's about 10:45 or so when you get there, so a little bit earlier than like your earliest time. Who all is going to the temple? Who's going with Ken in? Who's doing what?
I'm going with Ken as an assistant.
Okay, so Aerith is assisting. Got it.
I mean, if no one else is doing anything, I'll assist as well, but smart things is not what nobody's
Yeah. Well, nobody, you did what I wanted to do yesterday. Is there anything you want me to go with you to do today?
No. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do.
Do you want to wander the town aimlessly?
Yes, let the town. Yes.
Sure. Do you want me to show you some like weird shit around here? I guess I could do that. This place is fucking
Define
like
weird
massive.
shit.
I mean, each district has
Brothels.
their own oddities.
That is for the degenerates. Nobody is an upstanding man, at least as
Yeah,
much as he can remember.
Right, you have no idea.
I guess
Hey,
it's a good question actually for the table. I had just sent it to Ken, but thinking of it as soon as I hit enter, it is a good question for the table. Do you think Eidos would go with nobody in Rose, given yesterday's chicanery, or go in to help Ken and Aerith? I'll leave it up to you.
I feel like
honestly don't
after
know.
the day before, he would probably keep an eye on
Yeah.
Rose and
Babysit.
nobody.
Plus,
Yeah.
plus the two smart people going together. That makes sense. And then Eidos watching because Rose is not a good influence on nobody.
That's great.
I only have your best intentions at heart, I swear.
At
Eidos
heart,
just
nobody
sort of
else.
comes up,
Nobody,
puts his hand
nowhere
on your
else.
shoulder. Sorry, Rose. I'm just gonna come with you. Good luck, Ken. I hope to hear how it goes.
What is the wide?
Wide.
The
I
wide.
guess we'll go find out.
Awesome. That's what I wanted.
I know. We won't do too much.
No,
like,
I know. It's
Rose
great.
was just gonna
As
find,
long
like,
as I can
one
find that
stupid
interactive
place.
map of Baldur's Gate where I can click on the things and get just information, then I'm happy, and
Right.
I will work on that. But first things first, you guys depart, the three of you heading into the city to meander as only a man with metal in his head can. Ken,
Aimlessly.
you head into the temple and asking one of the priestesses there in the front, she directs you back to it looks legitimately like a classroom. It kind of has like tiered seating up as you come in, have to step down these like 3 large steps down to a podium at the bottom, and the wall behind you is much larger. It's like, think of the room as you come in and the ceiling's 10 feet above you, and then the tiered stairs go down another like 3 steps, but the ceiling stays at the same height. You just come in at the highest point in the room. And as you come in, there are a few people here. Let me actually roll some dice, because I know. Let's do this. Okay, it's about 13. You glance over, a little over a dozen people. You give me a insight check, Ken, as you come in.
Okay. More than I was expecting.
Yeah, it was
Shit.
okay. You find yourself feeling actually a bit nervous in this moment. You've never really you demonstrated your devices, your inventions, but you've never really taught in front of a class like this. And as you just said, this is more than you were expecting. So you look around, you do see that a few of them are wearing like similar robes, or different pageantry, like, nice surcoats that are all similarly colored or embroidered with the same types of iconography. There are a few that just look like they wandered in off the street. One of them just is kind of sitting back and has what looks to be just like a cowboy hat on, and is just like has his feet up on the desk in front of him, and as you come in, just sort of looks over at you, and then just kind of looks at the front of the class, and then just closes his eyes and resettles himself into his chair. But you head on in with Aerith beside you towards the front of the class. Do you want to make any preparations before you start?
This place does not have an anti-magic field, correct?
No.
Okay.
No. There is as you kind of open your mind to this temple, it is teeming with magic. It's divine magic, but
Wait, what?
it's divine magic, but
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And then I chuckled at something because Gina did some work for me, and it's
You're welcome.
but anyway, did you want to do any, like, did you want to have retroactively done any preparations? Like, essentially, the way I plan for this to go is you'll do a sequence of rolls just to see how it goes. And with Aerith here, he can assist you. If you want to do any planning, that could offer you rolls ahead of time to make preparations that could help those rolls, if you can think of anything.
Not really. I mean, except for like roleplay stuff, like having like notes
Your note.
at the ready to like get out and have
Yeah.
at the side so I can peek over while doing my presentation. Then
Okay.
I'll have like Ray Stelger and Fafnir hanging out up front with me so people can see.
Okay. All right. So you come into this room. The wizards and various magic users here are just discussing quietly amongst themselves. A few clusters of them talking, and 2 individuals just speaking in the background. And as you walk in, they finish up their discussions and look over at you. You move towards the front. Go ahead, give me an intelligence. Let me actually look at your character sheets for 1 second. Let me see, because I know Aerith is helping you. You have your notes. Okay, Aerith does have that performance. Okay, so Ken, can you give me an intelligence check at advantage? And Aerith, I need you to give me an intelligence check, an intelligence-based perception check, or not perception, performance. So essentially, roll me intelligence, add your proficiency bonus.
Cool. 10.
Okay,
Plus 5, so that's a 21.
21. Okay.
Hell yeah. Good
So
job,
as
Spencer.
you kind of settle yourself in, you look around this room. You find yourself finding that like lump in the back of your throat, that little bit of stage fright, and then Race Velgar comes in. with Fafnir kind of flittering up behind. And the attention draws off of you and onto this mechanical dragon that is just like through the classroom and walks up behind you and just sort of curls up right next to you, and you put your hand down, you put your hand right on his giant dragon head, and you feel yourself calm as you realize that this wave of like, okay, this is interesting, has washed over the group here. The attention has been drawn away from their individual packs, and as you begin your seminar going over artificery, essentially, in its basic steps, you find them paying a lot more attention than you were expecting. A few of them even take out like little like ledgers, little leather notebooks with paper in it, and they're like taking notes of what you're saying and just demonstrating on the board behind. While Aerith, you're off to the side, casting your prestidigitation, and you have thaumaturgy too, right?
No.
Both of them, or just press?
Just press.
Using your
I
prestidigitation.
can use my I'll use my free cantrip with my all-purpose tool to cast thaumaturgy.
Okay, so you have your microphone. Aerith is prestidigitating through the air around you these really interesting depictions of mana circuitry, things that he picked up last night when you guys were going over it, that even he didn't really understand until this moment when you're going over it with them, and everyone's kind of like getting into the groove. The first, I'd say probably hour, they're solidly engaged, and by the time that you break to have a short interlude and kind of reassess where you're going, and in the second half we'll be going over introducing artificery into an already established magical area like Baldur's Gate. Few of them come up to you, they shake your hand, and will ask, where you learned this, and yeah, actually that's where we'll pick up as you break for what's essentially lunch. The various wizards, as you reach that kind of 45-minute, 50-minute point and realizing that, okay, I'm starting to run out of steam, performing for so long is exhausting. I need a break. I need a sandwich. You realize that a lot of the wizards there are also feeling the same thing, and as you call for that break, clapping your hands together, there's a collective kind of like, okay, awesome. And then a lot of them kind of just stop and close their eyes. And then a few minutes later, open them and turn to each other and nod, and they just sent for food. Literally, with sending. They sent for food. So
have a large turkey sub and some ale.
Food is brought and provided. You're just included because it's easier that way. So about an hour after you started, you have a small kind of luncheon buffet of sandwich meats and breads and cheeses and fruits and some wines and ales and water off to the side. While you're making yourself a sandwich and preparing your next session, one of them, an older kind of half-elf gentleman wearing nice, not golden, but like a deepened orange robes with this actual golden thread just woven into his lines. Well, into the hem will walk up and be like, "That was very interesting. It was fascinating, the magic that you have discovered here. Where did you learn such a trade?" He's holding his plate of finger foods and is just munching on them while you're talking.
Well, I should probably back up. My homeland is a place called Latin, and artificery is like the de facto magic style there. I mean, that's the best way I could probably describe it, sir. But I was born there, but I was raised here on the coast, and thankfully, my parents were also notable artificers, as well as my uncle Sid, who was my actual instructor. He's the one who showed me the ropes and taught me everything he knew.
Very interesting. I have heard of London. It's far to the west of here, correct? Past beyond the ocean somewhere.
Yes, sir. Very far.
Fascinating. And you said that your parents and uncle were also this artificer. Does this mean that it is a familial trait similar to wizardry here on the Sword Coast? Is it something that's passed down genetically, or can it just be or I guess I should say sorcery, here on the Sword Coast, or can it be learned through study and the application of knowledge?
Oh no, it's a studyable school of it's studyable, sir. Anyone can, if they work hard enough and put in effort, anyone can be an artificer with time.
It's very interesting. We do have a number of unfortunate students who, while they have passion, lack the aptitude for the arcane arts. It strikes me to wonder if perhaps they would have a better affinity towards this artificery with its own unique way about magic. This is truly something that I will have to ponder and look into reaching out to your homeland. You don't happen to know anyone there who might be amenable to contact from afar?
Unfortunately, no, sir. Like I said, I was born there, but I was raised here, so contact with Lantern is. My uncle would probably maybe know someone from home, but I haven't been able to contact him in a while. So yeah, I can try to get in contact with him. Maybe we can set something up. But yeah, that's as far as I can, as far as I have, sir.
That would be helpful. I will do my own investigations. Perhaps I will find a kindred spirit there, just naturally. But I appreciate this. I look forward to seeing your next session here. And he kind of gives you a nod and will wander away. A few more interactions similarly. You find yourself retelling the story, and a lot of the same kind of responses that like, oh well, there are a lot of wizards that just they try wizardry and it just does not compute. They wash out. Aerith, you know this as you're kind of just like chilling with Ken and nodding along. You're like, definitely didn't
don't
happen
I
to
know
me.
it?
But you finish your luncheon break around 12:30, and because I don't think you would have had a chance to interrupt them until this point, I'm going to switch to Ken or to Eidos, Rose, and Nobody for the moment. As you guys leave the Temple of Ayun and begin to meander, you're heading towards the Wide?
Yes.
Yes.
Gonna find something weird to show nobody.
Well, it is kind of weird. You step beyond the Temple District into the small row of houses, and you can already kind of see it from here. Beyond seeing it, the first thing that you can do is smell it. The smell of fried food in the air. Just wafting from that direction, just kind of wafting down the hill. As you're moving up this hill beyond the houses, the small row houses to your left, you see it's kind of like a warehouse almost before you walk past what looks like a fenced off area. It's not like an obscuring fence. It's just like a picket fence with like long poles up at the various pickets attached with like streamers along it. And you walk into this probably 2,000 foot wide. It looks like a similar hilltop to the island of Starfall, except before you, all you see is a sea of colored tents and people and this organic kind of streamwork tributary of pathways throughout the largest market district you have ever seen in your life. And as you move past the outer fence and into the wide proper, you walk past booths selling various types of silks and fabrics, people who sell woodwork and metalcraft, leatherwork, various types of mundane and a few magical artifacts. Not very many, but a few magical shops or potion shops or trinket shops that offer small magical boons are set up here within the Wide, but it's nothing official, and it looks like the way that the ground kind of rolls beneath you, the booze themselves just move around as people pack up and then leave to found their own shop, or they return to wherever they came from. It's this constantly shifting like central heartbeat of market here within Baldur's Gate?
Well, nobody. There's probably about literally anything you could ever think of in this area. What do you want to
Probably food. I don't think I've ate yet.
see? We just had breakfast.
Did we have breakfast?
You had, but it was a few hours
Like
ago.
an
The
hour
smell,
ago.
you say we had breakfast, and then your stomach goes.
We can have
Well,
second
okay.
breakfast.
You
What
smell,
about your
True.
yeah, just fried dough, dipped in or powdered with sugar, just kind of wafting through the air. And
Okay.
Funnel bread.
All right. Second breakfast. Yes. Hold on. Let's see. They'll like look around and try to find one that like looks the best. Probably closer to that like smell of fried dough and stuff that we were smelling.
Roll me investigation.
Let's see. Investigation.
Okay. You follow your nose, and it does not lead you astray. You weave through a few booths and past like a very large half-orc man pulling a large cart of what look like rugs just wrapped up, probably about 24 of them in the back of this cart. You kind of have to like step back out of the way as he almost rolls over you, and then as he gets out of the way, you see it, this tiny little booth that just says donuts at the top. And you
Oh, shit.
are
Hell
easily
yeah.
able to procure yourself donuts for your second breakfast. I will say if you knock 1 gold off, you can easily get a dozen donuts and make their day. But your breakfast foods acquired, is there anything?
Yeah, Rose will pay for that.
Oh, no.
Well,
Welcome to the life of computers, Ken.
But they're actually going to turn and look at nobody and then kind of like tap their chin a little bit and like circle around him. Just like, I mean, we could find one of those metal workers that we saw and see if they can tell you what kind of metal is in your skull, if you care about that. Or,
That would be
you know,
interesting. Yeah.
to get rid of it is,
Or
would that kill you?
I was told it would, but that was
Okay.
also
Well, I
kind
mean-
of in the middle of the backwoods. By
Right? Maybe they know a way to take it out without the dying part.
the
Preferably.
metal workers.
Maybe. I mean, they do fine like work. Maybe
I don't
less.
think they work with people's skulls.
Well, okay. Maybe we start there and see if they can tell you what kind of metal it is, and then if we find like a doctor or someone who does more anatomical things,
I mean, as long as you're paying.
I hope they won't charge us to tell us what kind of metal is in your skull, but
Yeah, I mean, that's a better idea than what I had. I was just gonna meander until I got lost a few times.
I mean, that's easy. You just walk like that way and they point over to the left and you get lost almost me. Come on. And they'll usher him towards one of the metal workers that we first saw.
Okay. Let's see. You approach you listen for the clanging of an anvil and are able to find a kind of like a section of the wide here where it seems like a lot of smith work is done. The places that you had walked past were selling a lot of things, but it wasn't where they were making them because this is loud and obnoxious work, but it has to get done. So you head over and it's on the eastern side of the wide district. You do find a burly looking dwarven gentleman and end up standing over a shorter anvil than you normally see with because he's just a shorter guy, but he's got a
Yeah.
hammer that's probably as big as any freaking hammer you've ever seen, including the one Arturia was wielding. It's massive, and he's just wham working on this what looks like a sword, at the moment as you approach. He slams it one last time, gives it a good look over. Good enough. And quelches it, puts it down, kind of like puts
Looks
his
pretty
hammer
good to
down.
me.
Yeah, what do you know about making swords?
Not much, which is why it looks good to me.
He kind of narrows his eyes at you, glances over you and Eodos and nobody. Kind of like
They'll
chews
just
on his
point
lip.
to
My
Rose points
apologies, my
over.
dear. How can I be helping you today? And he gives you
Yeah.
just this big grin.
They'll kind of gesture over their shoulder, just like he's the sword guy. But
Oh, I can tell.
I have a weird question, if you'll indulge.
Shoot. He kind of like leans back, grabs a mug of something and just starts like drinking.
You're the kind of smithy you could obviously tell metal by sight, right? A man of your profession.
Of course, got to be able to, especially if I'm buying, let's call them used weapons. He just gives you like a knowing grin.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if this would count as a used weapon, but nobody's just gonna point at
Well,
his forehead.
it did
and,
hurt
like,
you, so technically.
Can you tell me what kind of metal this is?
He takes a long swig and he narrows his eyes. Come down there. Down here. No, you're down.
Nobody's just gonna squat. Pop a squat.
He looks at it. Interesting. Not steel. Not just iron. Can I touch it?
As long as you
Carefully,
don't
maybe.
yank on it.
Alright, let me
My brain's attached to the other end of it.
tell me if this hurts.
Ugh.
And he takes like this tiny little like ball peen hammer and he ting on the he just like hits the part of it that's exposed out from your skull. And at this point, like your skin's all healed around it and it kind of looks sickly-ish because you're not supposed to have metal in your head, bruh. So the
Not
skin
usually.
hasn't really healed right. Make me a constitution save.
Oh boy.
Immediately going conscious.
You're still awake.
It's weird. It's
Just in major pain.
it doesn't hurt so much as like after he like hits it and listens to it for a second, you can still feel it like vibrating in your teeth.
I hear color now.
Interesting. All right. I mean, could be titanium. But that doesn't look right either. It's usually shinier than that. I mean, I could try to take a shaving of it. That might help. And he looks at you like, it hurt.
Is it?
Uh,
Oh boy.
how much will it hurt?
He gives you a look. You got any alcohol? That'll probably help.
I got water.
It's not an alcohol.
I got soap.
I mean, still not. I mean, I could find you something easy. I'm sure the booth, like, right over there. Do you want to drink to forget, or just go for it?
I mean, I got pellets I can shove down my throat. Go ahead. Take
All
a
natural.
maybe.
I see. The alcohol wasn't for you anyway. It was for me. He takes his ale and he just like chugs it back, smiles. All right. Come here. Pushes a whole
Get a
bunch.
doctor for this.
He kind of like moves over, steps up onto like a step stool and pushes a whole bunch of stuff off of this big work table, just out of the way mostly. A few of it things just clatter to the ground. Go ahead and lie down. Yeah, just lie down.
All right, this is a blacksmith. You know,
It's
they're
fine.
not necessarily known for their delicate touch. Are we sure?
Sure they are. How do you think they make, like, small little things,
By
adornments
beating it
and
with a
stuff.
fucking hammer.
Well, you have to be more gentle with the small stuff. You can be gentle, right?
Nobody's saying this while he's laying down on the table.
Okay. All right, why don't you, big guy, come over here and hold him by the shoulders. Go ahead and grab him by the ankles. It's cool, kid. It just depends on how he reacts, really. Try to stay still. And he like moves his little step stool around where your head is and goes over and he grabs it's kind of like a pair of vice grips that he can anchor and kind of like hold. And you looking around, nobody. You have a good passive perception. He does find work here. There it's not just like big swords. You look around and you see a nicely intricately carved dagger with like filigree into the handle and everything. He is an artist, so he does have a fine touch. He's just sort of got a gruff nature about him.
It's funny. They're like, oh yeah, rather than go to the doctor and pull it out and then give it to a blacksmith, let's just
You
take
are-
a carving of it first.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure out
And-
what kind of metal it is.
Oh yeah, we couldn't do that afterwards.
All right, now this, and he kind of like holds it out. This is made of diamond. I've been told it can cut through anything, but I'm just going to give it a little bit of a tap with my hammer, and we're going to see how much I can just shave off here. Okay? Okay. Go ahead and give me a Constitution save. And he kind of just like
Should
he
Eidos do a
secures
string?
the hammer. That we'll find out. Let me see.
I can smell color.
Go ahead and can somebody roll me a strength check from Eidos? He lines up the
It's not
little
on my
bit
list.
of, it's kind of like a diamond file almost. It looks like it's used for carving down diamonds.
An 11
or
on the
something
die.
Similar. Okay.
Look, and if
Um,
it's too traumatizing, we'll just forget this ever happened.
He hits the thing and it sparks in this weird flash of like rainbow light that just
Huh.
flashes out at every color as the file moves across it.
Doesn't seem
He
quite
kinda-
normal.
He kind of like goes, "Whoa, that's not normal." And as he does, nobody starts to seize and
Oh
like
god.
shake violently. Eidos holds him down
What?
and is able to keep him from shaking off the table, but for about the next minute, he is seizing. You kind of like you see him start to like cough, and you roll him onto his side, and the spittle comes out.
Foaming at
Nobody.
the mouth.
You remember looking up at the ceiling in this blacksmith's tent, because you guys aren't even in like an actual building. You are in a tent that he set up in the wide to make stuff to sell here.
Such a sanitary environment we're doing this in.
Right?
The thought crosses your mind, such a sanitary environment. And then you see him gruff, this long, dark, scraggly beard, kind of still dripping with the ale that he had just chugged down, stand over your face and basically say, "Hold on tight." And you feel a shudder of something. It feels kind of like somebody grabbed your skeleton and shook you around a little bit without the rest of you, but just for half a second. And then you're in a city, but not like Baldur's Gate, not like Erebor, not like anywhere you've really seen. The buildings around you, as you look up, stretch hundreds of feet. They're made of straight cast metal and glass. You look down, and the roads beneath you are paved with intricately carved stones, like hexagonal shaped cobblestones that are just beautifully carved. Wagons move about, recognizable to your eye as wagons, but with no horses. The wheels are just sort of rolling. People talking in a language that you understand, but you don't have any real memory of. And you look back as somebody says something, and you see a man He has long dark hair, kind of tied back into a ponytail behind his back with a goatee, and he smiles at you, and he offers you a plate of something that just in your memory looks absolutely delicious. You can't even really tell what it is, but you just know that it's the taste of something you haven't had in a long time. And you take it and you kind of just smile down and you grab what looks, it's probably just like a sandwich, just like think like maybe like a Reuben or like a French dip sandwich, something that's just interesting and covered in grease and deliciousness. You take a bite and you smile and kind of just like chuckle with him, and you realize that this man is armed. You look down, you are also armed. And then it ends, and you find yourself looking back up at that tent. Iedo's kind of looking down at you, worried, like, "You okay, bro?" Rose has come around to your side. You're actually not looking up at the tent. You're looking sideways out of the tent at the anvil, and you find yourself questioning, very first thing, why is there an anvil hanging from the wall? Then you realize you're on your side. And you
I'm
come
pretty
to
sure I went to heaven.
Interesting.
Do it again.
They had good food.
They had good
The
food.
food is delicious.
On that note, we will go back to Ken and Aerith within the Temple of Ioun here in the Temple District. As you begin your second seminar of introducing artificery to the currently established magics here within Baldur's Gate and the Sword Coast beyond, go ahead and roll me another intelligence check at advantage, and then another intelligence check with your proficiency, Aerith.
Boop.
Okay.
Plus 5, so 22.
22. Okay. It's very similar. Those are both very good rolls. By the end of it, some people have kind of they're just tired, but it's more like food coma tired. Everyone is very engaged.
I hate those.
They one of the things that you go over that you have done before, bags of holding, and their multiple uses here within the magical economy of the Sword Coast.
I mean, we certainly used one of them very effectively.
Yeah. You guys are a walking demonstration as to how everybody with 100 gold to their name should have a bag of holding. And Ken is able to provide them a efficient and cheap way to manufacture them, with a possibility of opening those abilities up to other enchanters that didn't take to enchantment in wizardry and might be able to do this. So your second half is half an hour or so of discussion of like the understanding of the established order of magic, within the society here, and how you can introduce this to supplement that which is already here, as opposed to, push it out or, anything along those lines. You're not trying to step on anyone's toes. The second half is literally a demonstration in which you can go ahead and add yourself another bag of holding. You build a bag of holding in front of them. You watch a lot of them take the notes on how the mana circuits are laid within, because bags of holding are usually pretty specific for most of enchantment. The shape and size of the bag is important. With an artificer, it's not as important. What's more important is the artificery involved. So it makes them a little bit more versatile into what they can go into. You essentially build one out of one of Aerith's extra belt pouches. And by the end of it, they are adequately impressed. They have instruction to bring home to their students back in their various guilds. And at the end, while you're kind of packing up, there are 3 groups that are discussing things with each other. And by this point, you've realized that they're from 3 different academies. There's one that's wearing like purplish robes, one that's wearing goldish orange robes, and one that's wearing these kind of like tealish silver. And then there are 4 that are, or 3 that are just sort of independents almost. They're they were sent here from their guilds because their guilds were like, maybe this could be interesting, so we'll send this guy. Like the one guy who came in with the cowboy hat was literally like, they sent me here, and I was like, hell yeah, I can just nap and earn a day's pay. But that was adequately interesting, and I'm probably going to be able to go back and impress some of my superiors with what I've learned here today. Give you a little nod of appreciation. But yeah, anything you want to do? Anything you want to, as they're kind of milling about talking to themselves, you're packing up. This is the outro of your TED Talk.
Tell them what happens when you put two bags of holdings inside of each other.
Baby
That was actually part of your warnings, and they were like, we are aware of the intricate problems with dimensional magic, and yes, we do not impede upon that, yes.
It's a little late for us.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah.
made that decision.
We heard the warnings and we said, fuck it.
You can't stop
Yeah.
me. Oh no.
Who's gonna stop me? The intergalactic police?
Yeah, unless someone asks about like trying to like how artificery works in like self-defense or like full-blown combat, then nah, I think that's it.
They're less actually interested in the combat applications than they are in the practical applications. It seems like most of the people that came out today were scholars and, like academics. And so while they're interested, and you can at the end definitely demonstrate the Race Velvar armament system and the various like the extent to which artificery can be molded. They're impressed and intrigued, but honestly, you had a better reaction from simply being able to show them a way to make a bag of holding in an afternoon for 100 gold.
Okay, that works for me.
Yeah, so cool. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you guys wrap up here at the Temple District, it's been about 3 hours since you separated. About 2 in the afternoon. Rose, nobody. It's probably about 1 right now for you guys in Eodos. As nobody blinks back to consciousness and kind of questions everything and sits up, wipes the a bit of like foaming drool from the side of your mouth.
Can you
What do you guys
still talk?
Yes.
Oh
Good.
my God.
Good news and bad news. Good news, I guess. It's something in your head that's weird and not just normal metal. So that's pretty cool.
I don't know if that's good news.
Actually,
Hey, what's the bad news?
Well, you kind of had a little bit of a time, but you look okay. Maybe try standing and find motor functions.
I shall attempt to stand.
You kind of push yourself off of the workbench table, your feet beneath you.
Just levitate upwards.
Yeah, everything seems normal. Everything seems. Your body is kind of. You're a bit shaky. Like your muscles are a bit trembly, but you take a few deep breaths, and they calm. Everything
Okay.
seems okay.
Where's the dwarf? Did you learn what metal was in my head? In my head?
You look over and you see his ass as he is like the front half of him is just diving into this giant like storage chest. Maybe hold on, get me. I just gotta. It's in here somewhere. I know it's
Take your
got.
time.
He pulls out this like fucking moves this giant plank. It looks like or piece of metal. Looks like at one point it was like a breastplate, but at this point it's just bent all to hell. And he takes out a small dagger. And it's more like a crysknife, except it has no grip. It's just like a handle that goes into this curvy kind of darkish metal blade. And as you look at it, it does kind of have a similar shade to the metal that's in nobody's head. And he takes that same. One second. He takes the file and he just strikes the file against the dagger, and you see that same bit of like rainbow-colored sparks that start, red, orange, and the sparks light in that same way. And he holds it up in front of you.
Well, that looked similar.
This is star
What is-
metal. Refined,
Star.
highly refined star metal.
Are you okay?
So
Well, you
I got
wouldn't
hit
know.
in the
I was
head
going to
by a
ask.
star.
Well, I was going to ask, are you an alien? But I guess you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't. It falls,
Where?
obviously from the sky,
From the
and
sky.
it
Awesome.
usually hits in these big, angry rocks, and it has to be refined from that point. That is normally it has this, and he holds it out in front of you, and you see these like little like black specks in it that have it. It's kind of like Damascus steel. It makes it look prettier, but it's an obvious imperfection.
Right.
Don't know how
Less
to get
refined
those
even
out.
than yours.
Yeah, nobody's doesn't have that. It's just that kind of like purish, deep grayish steel. Don't never seen anything. I mean, I can say it's star metal, but that's
It's a start. He doesn't know.
So I got
Whatever
hit
you're
in the
going to
head by a rock that came from the sky.
No, because it's
no.
refined
It's
metal.
refined.
Someone
So
made
someone
it into
refined
metal to
it and
hit
then
you.
chucked it at my head.
Maybe.
Looking at it. I'm gonna roll. I have rolled so well for this man. I just need to roll one more d20. Oh my god. Okay. Every one of them has been 15 or above.
Jesus.
He just knows his shit.
He knows this
Yeah.
shit.
He does.
Hell yeah.
He goes, if I were a betting man, I'd say that was part of a building.
You got hit with a building.
It
Who
doesn't.
dropped a building
He
on
kind
me?
of like looks at you. It doesn't have an edge. It's just a shard of like flattish metal. So it's kind of like what you'd use to brace brackets, beams. But
Like,
the beams of
Wait.
wood.
so.
I thought you said star metal was rare.
Who builds a building out of it?
I didn't build. I got crushed by the building made out of it.
I mean, okay, hold on. The way that it's broken, is it like it was part of something and broke off in his head, or like exploded and stabbed him in the face?
It's
Or
closer. I mean, star metal is hard to damage. It's hard to work with because once it's cast, it's cast. But looking at it, the edges are a bit rough. It's
So
a
it
bit
broke.
twisty here. It's definitely not a clean cut there, so could be either it was broken off in your head, which I would probably say would break your head, or broken and propelled at a great speed and just happened to hit your head.
in the face.
Gotcha. So someone
Right.
checked a building at my head.
Someone blew a building up at your head.
Okay.
So I'd say
Maybe.
that's probably the more likely. But again, who builds a building out of star metal? Or not really build it. You don't build buildings out of metal. You build buildings out of wood. You just brace it with the metal so that it doesn't fall down. If you built it out of metal, it'd just be
Heavy.
I mean, I
unwieldy.
dreamed
It'd be so big.
when you hit me in the head and I saw heaven, the buildings were made out of metal there. They had good food too.
I don't know what to do with that.
They also
kinda like looks-
Are you
had
sure?
carriages without horses.
What?
Hmm.
Okay, I think
Are you
we
talking about
need to
Hogwarts? Like, what the fuck?
maybe let's go sit down and get some
There was
more
a
like
magical pineapple
ale
flying through the sky.
something. Before we leave,
Pineapple
thank
pen.
you for your business.
Oh, business is
Also
it?
can-
Got it.
Well, it might be because how much for that? And they'll point to the star metal dagger that he's holding.
Roll me a charisma check.
Oh, I wanted to add star metal to my rapier. It sounds fun.
Yeah, once we get this out of my head, you're free to have it.
Yes. I'm not there, but still, yes.
Looks down at it. 200 gold.
Oh, that's not bad.
Alright. Since you were so helpful,
He's collecting daggers at this point.
Eidos, I need to borrow some money, actually.
Not surprising. You did
Sure,
spend
Rose,
majority
I
of
can
it.
lend you some money. Go ahead and
I
take.
just need like
take what you
100
like.
gold. That's just a little bit. 100 for the man, Eidos, and I've got the other 100, and even like an extra 5 for your trouble.
Thank you so much for that. As
Thank
we
you
have no
for
trouble at
not
all. This is
killing our friend, I suppose.
Thank you for not being me dead.
I did do my best. I'm just glad I did good enough.
Do you know where a doctor is?
No, but you should definitely see one. You got metal in your head, son. That
Yeah.
can't be good for you. That's
That'll be the
definitely
next stop.
definitely not good. So, yeah. All right. Well, if you ever need any metal work done, just you know where to find me. So.
You know when we put Ken in the temple to have him healed of his exhaustion? That'd probably been a good time to like get my head checked over as well.
I was wondering, but it's all good.
Nah.
It kind of looks like
it
that.
adds up though because nobody is not smart
It's a little
for
shorter.
various reasons.
But it kind of looks like that up at the top, where it's just like a handle into this curvy blade of like grayish steel with flecks of black that when they hit the light just right, they reflect with like a prism of light.
Yeah. They want it more so that we can kind of like study it.
Okay.
Or do some testing on it, or
You look at it, you don't see any mark from the file, and you look at nobody's, you don't see any mark on that from when the file
Right.
hit his metal.
Even that didn't do anything.
Right.
Actually,
Okay.
one more question for the dwarf. How much metal do you think is in my head? Well, how much money do you think it's worth? The chunk of metal in my head.
Refine that much. I'd give you 500 gold for it if you could get it out. I'd give you 300 if I could just yank it out.
Oh, well.
We're not trying that.
I figured
That might come with
sorry,
issues.
bad taste joke. Fell flat. My bad. No, it's a hefty amount, honestly, because of its refined properties. There, it'd be interesting to work with, and it's probably about as much as in this dagger.
How would you even work with it though, since your file didn't do anything to it? I mean, how do you even work with metal that you can't damage?
It has to be magically heated up to temperatures beyond what a normal forge can get, and once it's been heated, it becomes a little bit more malleable. But as soon as it casts again, it's a slow and terribly strenuous process. But
not something we could
at the end.
do while it's in his head.
No,
Prefer not to have a giant glowing hot piece of metal in my head.
It's a highly refined process to get it up that heat. Like out of character, you probably have to hit like 3,500 degrees, 4,000 degrees
Jesus.
to heat it up enough. It's like approaching heart of the star levels of
You know what we should do? You know what we should do? We should just have him take a full face of ancient red dragon fire breath.
Yeah,
and then pull it out.
I'm sure I'll live through that. I'm sure I will live through that.
Sure that wouldn't damage your brain at all.
That sounds good, Ken.
We have
probably trying to do updates.
Yeah, we have the Revivify spell and diamond. A couple diamonds.
I mean, if he died, what if we just like ripped it out and then we could cast that and like bring you back?
We would actually need a higher.
Prefer not to die.
Well,
if
just
I can avoid it
just for a little bit.
That's still dying.
Like
I realize you've all died
and
and you had a fun time doing it, but I don't have a god in my back corner and be like, I got you, homie.
While you're talking, Rose,
no, you have us.
Hear a voice in your mind, Emmeline's voice.
Hello. Hold on.
Shh, everyone, shut up.
I sent you a message.
Okay.
As you guys are kind of discussing this, walking back through the wide. At this point, it has been. Ken is entering the final part of his TED talk, his Ken talk.
Mhm.
Is star metal an actual thing, or is it?
I don't know. I think so, because it is, because it's referenced in the Icewind Dale. You do actually find it, because it's in that campaign, it's part of an Illithid spaceship, so, take that with what you want.
Are you freaking kidding me? That's
Yeah,
what
I
it
mean, you
is?
melted some. We melted some of it in
That's
Icewind.
right. I
Remember
forgot.
how much it took to
Yeah,
fucking work with that?
it took a lot.
And that was just raw star metal that was just sort of like the stuff in the dagger is more refined than what Illumine and them were working with, and the stuff in Nobody's Head is far more refined than that.
God damn it, this is gonna
Nice
be a
to
pain in the
know
ass to
that the
remove it.
simple. Yeah, nice to know that the chunk of metal in my head's actually worth something. I could wear it with pride, like, haha. The chunk of metal's worth the most king's crowns, ha ha ha.
I mean, a crown made of star metal, that would definitely be something king-worthy.
I can brag to all the lords, like, oh, that's what you have?
Rose
I have.
is mid-sentence with you, nobody, when they go, shh, hold on one second, and then put up one hand, and then they're like, their eyes go wide and just start like darting back and forth, and they're just like muttering to themselves at the moment.
Yeah, alright.
It's just,
Probably need to do 2, but give me one second.
you have one reply, and then
Yeah.
you can then cast it.
Whew.
What side of Baldur's Gate is our island? Like,
It is to the left of this map. It is west.
uh,
I feel bad because
Reasons.
yeah,
What atrocities have struck.
not yet.
Now they're just on their way. Kraken will rise from the port, destroy half the city, then a dragon will come.
Get out of my notebook. You're not allowed to be in there.
You shouldn't leave it open.
Don't flip to the Kraken Dragon page then.
Hold on. I didn't see that.
Man, you know what's unfortunate? So we went to Walmart today, just while Rose is typing out this reply to sending. We went to Walmart today, and I flipped through the new Tyranny of Dragons book. I could not find a single thing they changed. Aside
Really?
from making,
What?
aside from making the White Worm Speaker a woman.
That's
was it.
lazy.
That's...
It
So lazy.
Man, I
felt
wasted
so cheap.
money
Like, I'm
on
sitting
D&D
there-
Beyond.
I'm flipping through it, and maybe it added more character creation options that I overlooked, but I was flipping through
I didn't
the
see
chapters, and the
any.
chapters are
I
like,
need to look
I mean, it's still a good campaign, and it's the only way to get the campaign now.
Mm-hmm.
But compared, like, for someone who doesn't have the book, it's a fine book to have.
Yeah.
For me,
But if you
who
already have
had the
it,
book, it was
waste
like,
another
oh,
50
okay.
bucks on it.
For a different color, or for a different cover, and like, the original covers were all the alt art covers, but...
I mean, the cover art is really cool.
It is.
will
It is
agree
a
to
solid
that.
reproduction
Mhm, mhm,
of
mhm.
it. But yeah, I was flipping through and I was like, man, I thought they changed a lot of it, and the things that I really just wasn't a fan of, they were still in there. So maybe it's more in-depth changes that I couldn't recognize, but yeah. Anyway.
Weird.
And I had to split it into 2.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
she
that's
can
good.
answer.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh God. Jesus.
I'm actually like looking through the table of contents on D&D Beyond because I bought it, and I'm not seeing anything new. Like the only things that I
Right.
actually like went through were like the magic items, which weren't that interesting because it was things that we've actually seen, and that
Yeah,
was
it's
pretty
it's
much
like you
it.
said, it's something like it's worth it, I guess, if you didn't already have the book,
Yeah.
but definitely not worth getting again because it's really not new.
think, does it require material? Because maybe she could do something. I didn't actually look. Nope, it does. Okay. She used her focus to cast, so.
Oh.
But you get that back in your mind.
Okay. Fucking hell. Okay.
What is nobody doing? Ionos is sitting there looking at Rose going, tell us what's up, Rose. Come on. What's going on? What's going on?
Is there something that we need to worry about besides brain surgery?
Maybe hold on, just the half distractedly while they're casting, sending again, they kind of like wave, it's just go get him some water or
I have water.
okay.
Do you need water?
Busy. Hold on. And I will. Yeah, hold on. I gotta craft another message to send to Jaeger. On.
Meanwhile, I guess we'll pick up Aerith and
Yeah.
Ken, finishing up your successful TED Talk, having introduced a handful of the local merchant and enchanting guilds here within Baldur's Gate to the art of artificery, and feeling that kind of warm sense of pride in your stomach of a job well done, and people like that dopamine rush from the praise of a good presentation when you go through school. You pack up your equipment and give Race Vogar a big scruff across his metal noggin and head back into the city. What's your plan? What are you guys doing? While Rose panics.
That's a good question. Oh, we gotta see about the prisoners.
Yeah.
I guess we go grab the rest of the gang, and I guess go see about the getting the prisoners.
Okay. All right. How are you finding your wayward allies?
I'll have my familiar.
You stand in
I
the
mean,
temple district.
they talked about going to the wide.
Okay.
So I'll have my familiar. I'll have Feathers fly up to get an aerial view, see if they can find them in the wide.
Okay. Feathers ruffles his feathers and gives you the nod of an owl and takes off into the sky above. Roll me a perception check for your owl.
Ooh. Owl.
And you see as Aerith releases his owl, and then his eyes kind of like glaze over, and he doesn't fall over, but his body just sort of goes slack, and you just sort of put one hand on his shoulder, just as you guys have learned to do, or on his back, just in case he decides to fall down. Okay. You fly over the wide, and it is big. It's probably about as big as your island. It's large. It's filled with colorful, beautiful, like from this perspective above it, the tent tapestries are just this sea of random colors that as Feathers gets further and further away, it kind of bleeds together like pointillism and then gets it breaks apart into these like fractals almost of colored tents as he gets closer. After a few minutes, it doesn't take him long to get there, but after a few minutes of standing there and watching through his eyes, you do see as he hones in on the southeastern section of it and kind of soars down before landing on Eodos's shoulder, and through Feather's eyes you can see the panicked look on Rose's face, and you hear Rose say, "Jaeger, get out." You hear that message being kind of said while it's being sent.
I'll come back to my senses and just feel like, I found them. They're at one of the tents in the wide, but apparently something's happening with Jaeger, and it's not good.
Roll me a persuasion check, Rose. I'm going to roll your
29.
persuasion against his bloodlust.
Bloodlust?
It could.
Oh no.
It could. Okay. You get that. Aerith, as you have seen the ongoing issue, you inform Ken. What are the two of you doing?
I guess heading their way.
Okay. Are you trying to get there as fast as possible, or are you, how are you getting there? Are you trying to get there as safely as possible?
I'm debating on just flying over there, honestly.
Okay, that's fair. Do you want to just fly over there? Aerith
Yeah,
has a
wait.
broom.
I have a broom
that
of
he's been
flying.
he has it like slung over his back. This nice intricate, like Nimbus 3000 or 2000-esque broom.
Yeah. You just go ahead and just fly over there.
Okay, you guys look at each other, and with that look of shit's going down, you kick into the air with your boots. Aerith, you unsling your broom and kick into the air with the command word and soar over to the wide. Let's see. I know he has been joining. Earth, are you back with us?
Nah, I'm listening because I'm on the way home.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm just going to give you a brief update. You are currently with Nobody and Rose in the Wide, which is a massive like market district of like a tent city, kind of like a big. Yeah.
Babysitting them.
Rose and Nobody.
It's fantasy Dracula.
Yeah, exactly. Rose and Nobody tracked down a blacksmith to help kind of narrow down what's going on with Nobody's the metal in his head after getting donuts. You guys got donuts.
Yeah.
And the blacksmith was able to determine that the metal is star metal, and is more refined than any star metal he's ever seen here within the Sword Coast. Nobody experienced a longer than normal vision while having a minute or so long seizure on the table after having the metal in his head struck by a hammer.
Essentially.
And as you guys stepped out into the wide to kind of discuss where you were going next, that the thoughts of pursuing a doctor or someone to help remove the metal from Nobody's head, Rose received a few sendings. Yes, Rose also had to borrow 100 gold from Eodos. But Rose received a sending and currently is in panic mode in front of you. Their eyes wide. They've let out a couple of short, "Fuck, okay, just run. Run, all of you. I can tell Jaeger to run if you're too busy, but get out. We've got the prisoners. Meet us. Stay together. Island west outside of Baldur's Gate in the ocean. It's ours and safe. Can you get there?" And then you look over at Nobody, and you're kind of like, "What's going on, Rose?" And Rose is putting up like shushy fingers. "Jaeger, get out now. You need to stay with them. She's defenseless. No spellcasting. Get out with them. Island west of Baldur's Gate, in ocean, safe. As they said that, an owl landed on Eodos' shoulder, and that's where we are. So, now you have been more or less brought up to speed. Ken had his TED talk, but Eodos went with Nobody and Rose because the last time Nobody and Rose went off on their own, chicanery happened, and the party agreed that Eodos would probably go with them this time. So, Rose, your response received from Jaeger.
Yep, finally done trying to message craft. They will turn back to Nobody and Eidos. It's just okay. So maybe a bit of a problem. Yeah, Jaeger and Emily and Halan, they were, in hiding and doing pretty good, and apparently less good now. They got found. I don't know. I mean, they might need us to help them pull their asses out of the fire, but I don't even know how long it would take us to get over there. They said that
they were prisoners, and we were gonna get them in
No, no, we got the other members of their party out of prison, but they were hiding because they didn't get, arrested yet, apparently.
Okay. Where are they?
All I could get from Emmeline was on the east side of the city, heading for the river. So, directly the other side of the city that we're in.
Do you think they'll steal a boat?
I don't. I want to say I hope so, but I also don't know how much faster that would be.
Well, you told them to go to the island, right?
Yeah, I told them to go to our island, but that's, and they point to the west, the other direction.
Yeah. But won't they need a boat to get there? Not to mention they'd probably need to fly too once they actually arrive at the island.
Well, okay, I mean, I want them to at least head towards that way. We can help them get onto the island.
So meet them in the middle?
But maybe?
As you say, maybe you see Ken hit the ground right next to you.
Iron Man.
Yeah, as in full armor, stands up, the helmet kind of retracts to show his face. Aerith drifts down on the broom next to you, the five of you reunited here outside of...
Hey! So perfect. Good timing. We might have problems, and I didn't start it this time.
I kind of overheard through feathers. Only a bit.
Okay. Okay. So, Emmeline and Jaeger and Halan, and they're in trouble and maybe being pursued to be murdered. And they got caught, or at least found, and hopefully they're running away. I think we need to go find them. I don't know how to find them.
Just go towards where all the shouting is, I would assume.
Yeah.
No problem.
Oh God. All
Wouldn't
right.
we want them to get arrested so we could help them afterwards?
Well, okay, we already used our prisoner card though. So if they get imprisoned after the fact, I don't know if we get another one. Also, I don't think they'll just arrest some of... It seemed like they were causing kind of a lot of issues. I don't know if they'll arrest them or just kill them. Honestly.
Both are fair options.
So, run to the city till we hopefully find them and then try and help.
I mean, I could... best case scenario, if we wanted to go try to meet them, I can go pretty fast as the giant eagle, and okay, plan.
Would a
Giant eagle.
rainstorm help?
Maybe.
How?
Actually, before the plan, do you think that Baldur's Gate would get mad about a giant eagle flying over the town? Or would they, like, think that's a threat?
Maybe normal.
Do we see
think
a
it
lot of
might be-
giant eagles around?
Make a perception check.
I would assume that they would be cautious about it.
But you don't think they'd shoot me out of the sky?
I mean, they might because they brought soldiers straight to the island.
You look out over the city. You don't see any flying birds, large birds. You see smaller birds, just seagulls and things, and an airship just sort of drifting lazily through the air, but no
Okay.
giant birds.
Well, okay.
I am actually.
Hell yeah. Everything good with work?
There's a ton of flooding.
Oh,
Oh
God.
my god.
Hate to hear that.
I know.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I do. Okay, I've got a plan. Is it a good plan?
We'll find
Are
out.
any of them good plans?
Did they give a street address of where they were?
No. Just, heading for the river on the east of the city. But I mean, that's at least a start. Okay, plan. I turn into a giant eagle. I can take one or two of you, maybe just one to be less inconspicuous, because if I take two of you, I'm gonna have to, like, carry you in my talents.
I can see good, but I don't know who I'm looking for.
You can see good, but I'm also, like, that was the thing, like, if I could take two people, which I could, it just might be a little less stealthy, but, I was thinking if I take Eidos, we could meet up with them and just teleport to the island. Get the fuck out of there, like...
Well, we got 3 people who can fly now, so we can fly with you.
Yeah, I just don't know if you can keep
I
up.
could
is the problem.
probably run faster than you guys fly. Do you just want to tell me what they look like, and I'll just run around looking for them?
Sure. I get, okay. If we're doing, like, a split up, just everybody meet back at base if you don't hear from anybody in a couple hours. But, Rose will describe Emmeline, Jaeger, and Halan to nobody.
Okay,
But with that
Yeah.
plan, besides Eidos, we don't have any means to, like, instantly get back.
We'll come back for you. You're less in mortal peril.
Like, we should at least stick together in case something goes wrong, It's not good to
I
split
don't
up the party.
disagree. How fast can you fly?
I mean, as bad as it sounds like we need to cover a lot of area really fast, and the
Yeah.
best way is to split up.
Well, I'm
If you
totally
run
down
into
to
trouble,
all stay
scream
together.
really loudly.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear that across this gigantic city.
Yes.
So, like,
Uh,
what part? I know you said heading east towards the river.
I assume they're, like, down close on the east side, like close to the river, hopefully. Like maybe down over here. By like Twin Songs. At least that's where I would start. And then I can send Emmeline another message, although I can't as a bird.
Oh, you mean on the far, far east side? I
Yeah,
had to
that's what
zoom
I'm
out.
assuming. That's why we need to go fast. But I also don't know for sure.
Can
Like I
you
said, on the
do another
she said on the
message?
east of the city. Yeah, hold on.
I feel
Quickly,
like
one
that'd be
more
much
message.
easier to be like, hey, where exactly are you?
I can always hasten dash.
Okay, actually, that might work because I can take Aerith, and then we could all go.
My broom can carry a
So,
lot.
speed, I thought it was.
You just can't go very fast.
Yeah, I think it's just a 30-foot movement speed with it.
No,
I
it
can
says
do
it has a flying
120
speed of
feet.
50 feet. It can carry up to
Okay.
400 pounds, but its flying speed becomes 30 feet while carrying over 200 pounds.
So with 2 people, you'd be
Yeah,
slower.
you literally can't carry more than just you, or you're going walking speed in the air.
Yeah.
Plus dashing.
Which there's a good chance. I mean, worst case scenario, I guess that's something, but
Well, if Ken, okay, I forgot that you have haste. If you haste and jet boots, nobody can just fucking run. But I can take
why don't you haste Eagle Rose, because that's going to be the fastest, right? Why
I can
don't you haste
go
Rose in Eagle form so they can get
80.
whoever is close to them immediately as possible?
That works, actually. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll just fly. I'll just, I guess, try to catch up. I'll just
Yeah.
follow you and catch
This
up.
way, neither of you guys have to like worry about, if Rose gets hit, it's not gonna drop Eagle and haste all like in a weird combo. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Also, good news, they're not as far as I thought. Do I know where that is? I guess not out of meta gaming.
Roll intelligence. History, actually, would be more accurate.
I guess I'll give everybody else a chance as well. That she said something about tumble something, and they're heading towards the river.
You
So
can either
history.
do it at advantage, or I can let one other person can roll history.
Can I just walk up to a stranger and be like, hey, do you know where Tumbledown is?
Roll me a charisma.
I got a
Can you
10 in
point me to
history.
the direction
Go for
of
it, Ken.
Tumbledown?
Hit it, Rose.
I mean, I also have a 10 in
Huh?
history.
Yeah,
Right. So I have a 6. So I'll do me and Ken. Nice.
You haven't actually heard
Nice.
of. Neither,
Oh my
see, that's
God.
the thing, is you've heard of it, but you've
Yeah.
never had it really pointed out in a map. As you guys are sitting there racking your brains, like, what the hell? You watch as nobody just walks back in to the dwarf and asks, and he goes, "Tumbledown,
Oh,
why
yeah,
the
I've
hell
heard
you
of
want to
there.
go there? That's the place is a shithole. I mean, it's just past Brompton, it's outside the eastern wall, but it's just where it's just a shithole."
They
Alright,
did say
thanks.
shithole.
All right,
How far
Don't
away
worry.
is it?
walking or by carriage?
Walking, running, possibly fly.
Or it'd run if you need to get there soon. Let's see. I think that this map is to
Miles
scale. Let me check.
to scale.
It
Okay.
is. Is it?
So
It is
2,500
not.
feet?
It is. It should be.
More than that?
Twice as much as it is. Yeah.
Okay, so 5,000 feet?
So about a mile of city
Okay.
you'd have to get through.
I could
'Cause I
sprint
can
that really
do-
fast.
Right? If I eagle 80 double dash to 160 feet per round. And I can't do the math past that.
Remember?
All right. What do you guys want to do?
Uh,
What's the
yeah,
plan?
who's gotta
If
go
we're getting
fast.
rid-
Make
yeah,
an eagle,
and then
taking at least Eodos with me.
So Rose has
Um,
Eodos in eagle form.
I'm sprinting.
All right. Nobody just takes off on the ground. Aerith and Ken?
Flying.
I'll armor up, and when Rose turn into an eagle, I'll throw a haste on him. And
Okay,
then,
so you haste Rose.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna winged boots. You're gonna winged boots dashing. Aerith is dashing with the broom. Nobody's double dashing. Rose is dashing, carrying Eodos and hasted. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am doing
A
quick
lot of
napkin math. Yeah. Just all the numbers.
Right.
So it will take.
Yeah, so I think I got 60 feet normally.
So 120 for Ken. And nobody, do you have the thing that lets you bonus action dash as well? You can triple up.
Yeah, that's
That's
triple.
what he's
So
doing.
I have
Oh,
40
that
feet
is-
of movement, dash for 80, dash for 120.
Got it. Okay.
Which is still really fast for someone who's just
Right.
running.
Okay, and then Eodos is riding on Bird Rose, Eagle Rose, pasted.
I looked up in this plan and had to do almost nothing. This is pretty nice for once.
Right.
You just gotta keep your eyes
yeah.
open and look for.
Yeah.
Hey,
Help me look for them.
Yeah, real quick, Murph, you need to roll intelligence with advantage
You
for your
do.
draconic lesson this morning.
Oh yeah, we
You
were
had
draconic
a
lesson
lot of
this
help.
morning.
You had help from Aerith, Nobody, and Ken to help you learn Draconic this morning.
Nice.
Oh no!
Oh my
Too much
god.
information.
There's just
It
a
was
wall.
too much.
Yeah, it was too many different styles all working together, and you make progress. And it's because the extra help did just give you a flat bonus to the progress that you made. But you kind of like scratch your head and go, maybe one of you should just help me tomorrow. Maybe two at most. But
Too many hands on this ball.
yep.
Yep.
All right. Okay, cool. Got that in my little note for that. Aerith flies, and then Ken, you're just using your winged boots, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you'll be further behind than everybody.
You know what? I know this is a little side tangent, but with our ability to upgrade stuff, we should really, the next time we go back to Eriabor and talk to Manon, we should see if we can do something with our wing boots.
Make them faster.
Yeah, like with how much we use them, I feel like that would be a great use of funds and focus. You know what I mean?
Hey, I'm not.
Would you make them faster or make them like last longer? Or a different third thing?
I don't know.
Faster, huh?
Honestly, yeah, like all of them would be
faster,
Right.
like more duration, or just like remove the duration. Any of those would be great. Also, God damn it, I'm so sorry. I'm getting another phone call. I'll be right back.
Oh, no.
No worries, man.
Oh, no wonder
You
his
guys-
sound was different.
Yeah, it's because he was ringing. You guys take into the air. Nobody kind of leans forward, and as you run off, it's kind of like a almost Roadrunner-esque burst of just the dust and dirt from the path that's here. You just hear, right then, that was weird. As Rose turns into a bird, Eodos kind of just stands out there in the open and allows them to just pick him up and carry him through the air. You take off, and as you go into the air, Rose, you feel Ken's magic hit you, and just like the whole world just seems to slow down. It's kind of comforting, and you zoom
Like a
for
fucking bullet.
about 2 minutes. You fly across the cityscape. Rose and Eodos, you are the first ones to arrive, according to my mathematics. I need to roll. Okay.
I was gonna look out for the troop and also have Eodos help me like look.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, feathers would be helping as well.
Okay. What's Feather's flying speed?
60 feet normally, so 120.
Okay,
It's
so
not bad.
120.
Keep
He's
up
gonna
with-
be. He'll stay about ahead of you. He'll be there right before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Keeping up with
all right.
nobody.
Sorry about that. That time
No worries.
at work, that was we're getting some pretty bad storms right now, and I was supposed to give Mom a hand moving some furniture tomorrow, but she said it's apparently supposed to be storming even worse tomorrow, so not to worry about it.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
All right, that's not a bad one. All right. So, perfect that you're back now. Please give me a perception check as you are being carried through the air. by Bird Rose. Oh God, I'm on that. Not as you have flown over the city, just towards the Tumbledown district. You take off, and it's kind of for Rose. Things feel normal. Moving while hasted, perception around you kind of just like acclimates. For Eodos, you basically go into
You're on a
the air, you
fucking
get
bullet
picked up.
train.
The eagle like flexed its wings out as the magic hit, and then it was like you just went fast, and you were like soaring. Your eyes starting to like water as you squint them against the wind cutting into them. The city below you, 3 or 4 story buildings just as Rose flies as fast as they can. Nobody takes off down the road. He gets about like there-ish. Aerith and Ken, who are a little bit slower but making a beeline path, are kind of keeping up with nobody. So the two of you get there. All right, 27 and 21. Damn. Don't threaten the Avengers. You
Don't
look
fuck with our
down,
boys.
and you can tell that there is something going down in the Tumbledown district. There's a building that is on fire. There are as you are looking down, Eodos, you kind of assess it. You can see the squadrons of guards moving through the cities. There looks to be about 8 squads, maybe 5 soldiers deep, moving about. And at this point, they're heading south in like a hurried go, 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 and they're like moving each other and just pushing southward. You follow that train of thought, that train of soldiers, and you look over and you see this like flash of light from what looks like one of Halan's knives, as you see him just like in midair of the end of his throw, twist, hit the ground, and then just start running again towards this direction, towards the south. You look a little bit further and you see the harried outline of Emmeline as she's running. She's pulling herself through and like trips, falls down, picks herself up, and they're both just running south, being heavily pursued by the guards. You do not see Jaeger. Rose, you can see Emmeline down here. She's like just at the edge of these buildings. You don't see Halan.
Okay. And neither of us see.
Eidos is like tapping Morse code, and Eagle Rose like, there they are.
You feel tapping and look down. You see Eodos pointing. You look up and can see Rose giving you the Eagle Rose giving you this nod of yeah, but what do we do?
I guess we beeline for them.
Okay. You soar down, landing kind of in the dirt next to Emmeline. Okay, that's not bad. Okay. Eodos, can you make me an intimidation check? Rest of you are still running. Nobody, you are cutting through streets so fast. You're like,
Hey.
hell yeah. You're like kicking off of trash cans, jumping onto these carriages, grabbing onto these like elongated street lamps to twist through. You're basically Spider-Maning your way through this city as fast as you freaking can. People are yelling at you, but you don't care. You don't even catch it. Aerith, you can kind of see occasionally off to your left the swath that nobody is just cutting because he's just moving so fast. And in the distance, you can see as Bird Rose and Eodos, their wings just fold in, and you have a flashback to your dive bomb as Rose just kind of goes into this perfect dive bomb, and as they hit the apex of that drop, they pull up, releasing Eodos. Eodos hits the ground, summoning the Fate Render right as 3 arrows fly out from the guards that are chasing Emmeline. 2 of them hit her in the back, and she stumbles into the ground and just sort of like lands down in the ground. You summon the Fate Render. Anything you want to add? 31 intimidation.
Oh, from him.
I guess just for show and to really work with intimidation as he lands, like where he buries the Fate Render in the ground, just shadows erupt like bubbling lava. It's just that all around him, and it just explodes into like a tuft of feathers.
Okay. The
My name is
feathers
Pickles.
explode, and the closest squadron of guard, looks like about a half dozen of them, kind of like skid into each other and stagger back. A couple of them drop their bows and start reaching for their swords, but then this like wide-eyed panic hits them, and they're like, Rose, what are you doing?
It's the matron of ravens.
Rose immediately Rose immediately turns and just dives to Emmeline and grabs her and kind of barrel rolls.
Okay, roll me
out.
a dexterity check with the eagle. Okay.
Where's
good.
Halan in reference to all of this, by the way?
As you scare the piss out of this closest squadron, you see him just panting for breath. From your perspective, he's to the left of the squad. He was kind of behind them and fighting off another one, and he twists in around and sees you kind of burst in with this flash of darkness and feathers. And as you look over and kind of scan it, you see him just panting heavily with his back against one of the buildings, trying to just stay nondescript. But he meets eyes with you, and you can just see him nod thanks in that half a moment. Rose, you, from dropping Eodos, swing around, gather Emmeline up as gently as you can, and fly away. Where are you flying to?
Not too far, just above Eodos, because I don't want to go too far until we find all three of them.
Okay, as you drift around and kind of get behind Eodos, setting Emmeline down gently, the guards pant and step forward. Stop! We are in lawful pursuit of that criminal. They are wanted for murder and grand theft airship. You will surrender them to our custody now. And he's panting very heavily.
Rose just gives as loud a screech as they can, in his face.
Roll me a intimidation check from the owl.
Get
From
him.
the eagle.
Yeah, from the eagle. Okay.
TT, which is pretty good with a
That's
+0.
really good for an eagle. You call out as loudly as you can, and you could see them take a step back and look towards each other. And as they do, let me see, how are things going? Okay. You see another group come running up. What's the holdup? What do we have here? Interlopers, adventurers, standing in the way of the lawful execution of the law. And the other guards kind of looking at him I don't know, man. They're is it? What do we do? It's you arrest them. You detain them and you arrest them. That is your job. Roll a couple of dice between the two of them. Oh, that is okay. Okay. All right, give me a second, guys.
Oh boy.
He kind of looks over at the other one, and you get the sense that the second guy to come in was of a higher ranking. He nods. Yes, sir. And he draws his long sword, and it's wavering just a little bit in his hand, and he looks at Eodos, who is this billowing, ghastly image with this massive great sword, shadows roiling off of him. You will surrender yourself and her to our custody, that of the city of Baldur's Gate. And he levels himself, or I will force you into submission.
Giggity.
I really respect the commitment here. Unfortunately, I do not believe you can force me into submission, even if you wanted to. But I do have a question. The airship thing aside, because we've heard about that. What is the deal with this murder? What murder? Who's been murdered?
Who's been?
You ask, and there's this kind of look of shock And as they do, the squad that came in was another squad of about 5. The one in the front who was talking is an older man, like graying, thick beard and mustache with a helmet. And as you ask that question, you just see blood erupt out of the eyes and ears of one of the guys at the back of the line, and he just dies. And they draw their blades and look at you.
Besides that one.
That! Now you will surrender yourselves to our custody, as well as her. And they're like looking around. Eodos, make me a perception check.
Okay. As I'm making that, I'm just gonna calmly say, like, I can tell you right now, she's not doing that. Like, you don't even
Thank
have
you,
to worry about that.
everybody.
Hell yeah.
Okay, you look around and you see the flash of movement out of the corner of your eye, and then you blink and you think, "Did I see something?" No, that was just a figment of my imagination. The guard hears you say that she's not responsible, steps forward. She was with those who are responsible. They were done in her defense, and she will face justice as an accomplice to those crimes, as well as justice for her own crimes.
Giant Eagle Rose is going to position themselves over Emmeline, like, to block her if they were to shoot her with arrows.
Okay.
And also maybe, like, is she still alive? Is she good?
Roll me a intelligence check from a giant eagle. As you guys,
Don't worry, we have a defibrillator.
as the guard once again calls for your surrender, you turn around and nudge Emmeline. She's still got arrows in her back. She doesn't move. You don't know any
Can
more
I
than
see if
that.
she's breathing?
You can't tell as an eagle. You can't.
Alright,
you
well,
you
he-
can kind of like tilt your head. That she doesn't give off the scent of carrion, but that could be just because it's only been a couple minutes. And as your head is tilting over M, you see Aerith and Ken kind of drifting in. Ken about 20 seconds or so behind Aerith, and as the two of them land, or as the two of you approach, both of you make me perception checks, please.
Yeah,
and
because I'm glad you said that because I had an idea.
Okay. And nobody make me a perception check as well as you're kind of charging through the city at
Let's
Mach
go.
3. Let's go.
Hell yeah, we're doing so
Okay.
well, guys.
Okay.
that.
Oh, I got a.
Holy
How am
shit.
I rolling the worst out of perception? And I have fucking plus 15. I have plus 15.
As
The
you
dice
guys
give it, the
are
dice
flying
take it.
in, you look around, you see the shadowy, billowing form of Eodos. You see the giant eagle still, like, Rose's transformations all have a signature kind of look to them. There's that black streak in their hair, and there's always like this weird black patch. So it's instantly recognizable as Eagle Rose, standing protectively over the body of Emmeline. You can't tell whether she's alive or dead, but she does not appear to be moving from this distance. You look to your left, and you can see Halan leaning heavily against a building, taking this like moment of distraction to hide and catch his breath. You look further to your left, and you see 3 guards, blood explode out of their eyes and ears, and a shadow. And then you don't remember the shadow. Just
Jaeger
guard
has
is dying.
managed to both help and hurt our like attempts at remedying this all at once.
He has been rolling like, man, he's like, one good roll, one bad roll, one good roll, one bad roll, one good roll, one bad roll. What are you guys doing? As you drift in, you hear the empowered shouts from the voice of this head guard, and you can see one of his guards, their number kind of laying dead in a pool of their own blood at the back of the group.
I'm gonna position myself in the air just above that guy who's like shouting at them to, like surrender.
How far above?
And I'm about 20 feet.
Okay, make me a stealth check.
I'm gonna throw a healing light on Emmeline because I just see her face down on the ground.
What's the distance on that?
60 feet.
Okay, so you do drift into their view in order to do that. Okay. Okay.
Oh, hell. Well,
Okay. I should have had a map ready for this. I might need a few minutes because depending on how you guys proceed, as you drift in,
Take a break.
Aerith, and begin summoning this innate light, it's not a spell. You don't have to cast anything to do it, but there are components towards your healing light. Can you dart over? And as you both kind of get closer to the group and the head guard, he sees you. There's more of them! Men, all of you, to arms! Defend yourselves! And as you kind of drift closer, Ken, you can see 3 of the guards drawing longbows and pointing them towards you. And the rest of them are drawing their weapons as they kind of like pull in. And as you are airborne, you can see another group of them kind of running in. This one only has about 3 members in it, but running in to join the group that you are currently engaging. What do you do? You're about 30
well, I
feet
guess
above him
before
and
you
about
guys,
10 feet away.
Well, I'll call out because I still have thaumaturgy active on my all-purpose tool. Well, guys, I just want to say before you do something you regret, I got something to tell y'all real quick. It's a quick joke, actually. Hopefully it'll stick. Hopefully it'll stick. Knock knock.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Nope, that's persuasion, not persuasion.
What is your persuasion?
Still a 15 on the die,
15
not
on the
bad.
die. I think it's a +1, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Let me roll some because we got.
I feel like at least one of the guards would be like,
Right.
That's
Just
what I'm
one
rolling
guy.
for. Give me some dice. Give me some dice to determine.
like even just whispering it in his head, like, huh? Knock knock. Who's there? What?
There?
You hear, "Who's there? Silence, fool!"
And I'll look to my friends. Flash.
Neat.
You're gonna throw a flashbang.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
You hear the same guy in the background. Flash who? Doosh!
As you guys see Ken lob a small cylindrical device with his left hand out over the crowd, I need you 3 to give me a dexterity save. I need to roll a handful of d20s. Okay, wow. Nobody. Actually, nobody. Yeah, you give me another dexterity check as well, or a dexterity saving throw as well.
Yay! I get blinded again.
Okay. And all right. So as you say this, you release it, and you hear fire. I need to do that. Oh, okay. That one will definitely hit. Ken, you take 18 points of piercing damage as an arrow hits you right in the center of the chest, and kind of sends you twisting a little bit as you release the flashbang. You see as a few of them kind of duck away from it, thinking that it's like some sort of grenade or like fireball-esque device. A handful do get blinded by it, but I rolled really well. I'd say, let's see, of the 12 that are present at the moment, 6 of them failed, 6 succeeded. So about half and half. As you released it, the 3 archers that were trained on you released their arrows. 2 of them missed, and the 3rd hit you in the chest. The one that was trained on Eodos released his arrow, which was a 7 to hit. That does not hit. It just goes wide and through the shadows. And then there was one on Rose as well. That's a 10 to hit the eagle?
Nope.
No, okay.
13.
Aerith, you do drift into range and release your healing light. As you kind of... Are you going to land, or are you going to stay in the air on your broom?
I'll stay in the air at the moment,
Okay.
but yeah, that'll be.
Nobody. You turn the corner behind about a dozen guards, and you see a very familiar, although much smaller, device flying through the air and know what to do this time. You turn your head, you close your eyes, you
Nope.
cover your ears, you feel the reverberation of through the air around you and turn around. You can see half a dozen or half of the guards are like holding their eyes and rubbing their heads. The other half are charging towards you guys. I think this is initiative, so I have to prep a map, so give me 1 minute.
Yeah. I mean, we can
Um,
take a break for a minute.
yeah,
Someone
Yeah,
just-
I was waiting for an opportunity to ask you because I was gonna do something, but I need to see where they actually are.
Mm.
Okay, let me prep
Yeah.
something for you guys. So.
I thought
I was gonna ask
the
if I could
music
have used
confused
Gentle
me.
Rain.
What? Wait, what? What confused you?
There is like a note in the background of the music, and it sounded like my nephew crying.
Oh.
So I was just like, is he crying? No, that's the music. Fuck.
This will work. I love being able to just find the maps I need. Actually, I have a better place that I can make them. They don't have grids because I hate it when maps have grids. It makes them so complicated. Oops. So I'll just take this one that has a grid on it. Whatever. Oh, these poor cards.
We're not gonna murder them, are we?
Well, I was under the assumption we were trying to avoid starting a conflict in general. That's why I was trying to wait and talk to them, but everybody was just gung ho to start trying.
I mean, as soon as I heard arrows hit Emmeline, I mean, that's the girl. So I won't kill them, but it's gonna hurt.
Oh no.
You just smoke bomb and then leave the situation.
Oh, he is crying.
He is crying. I heard it that time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on battle map. Size for me.
It's either like.
Dude, I got plenty of smoke bombs. We can dip out of this situation. Not get any more legal trouble than we already are.
Yeah, that's the main. I'm not worried about killing. That doesn't matter to me. It's mainly we just got information on where we can deal with Kagrum, and like now we have to not get arrested and caught up in even more stuff. I was really hoping we could just talk to them and not start a fight. Maybe take them into our custody
I mean,
instead of.
I won't say it's out of the question yet. I will say they have been flashbanged and are not in a good position at the moment. So
Anyone got
Yeah.
legal documents that I can just walk up and throw them in their face and be like, see?
anyone got the deed?
Yeah, we got the deed to Baldur's Gate. It's ours. You can't tell us what we are your boss. Actually, it
Right?
turns out.
Be like, we are temporary members of the elite
It's not-
who own the guard. Piss off.
The fucking Jaeger just exploded heads while we're trying to de-escalate the situation.
Hey,
Yeah.
he has, when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail.
What an elegant solution.
He doesn't. Nobody knows it's him. That's why they're so confused. There'd just be skulls exploding. Don't blame me for this. Jaeger was not my creation.
Yeah, the second the first head did that in front of us, Eidos immediately knew exactly who it was, and like he's not trying to say his name so that they get a name, but it would be great if somebody that could message him would be like, "Hey, dude, chill for like 3 seconds."
Yeah.
Just say whoever is
They're an
exploding the
eagle.
heads, please stop.
Yeah.
Here we go. This
See that, but before the flashbang went out, I was about to tell Eagle Rose to come back and quietly message that man, but then a flashbang went out.
That's what I love when you guys split up during the run, is because there's no way to coordinate what you're going to do once you're there, and it comes in these waves, and it's just so fucking good.
Like, the funny part is, the group that would normally escalate a situation was trying to play it cool, and the group that would normally, like, try to come at it logically was like, heads up!
Heads up. Here comes magic and flashbangs. All right, let me get some
A
guards
test of your
here.
reflex, and then he
The
just threw a
think
grenade
fast
at him.
chuckle nug.
Surprise! Catch!
Right. Actually, I want to do this different.
I mean, nobody was just gonna make it worse. He was like, "All right, now there's a rainstorm going on. Everyone have fun in that."
Just confuse everyone even more.
I mean, it would give. With the changes, I don't know if the changes are in it right now, but
The
it would
first
give-
level, the basic version of it's there.
Yeah, so everyone would have advantage on stealth, all allies. So that'd give everyone the opportunity to just skedaddle on out. But
You, and then I need to make like a bunch of these.
kind of hard to stealth when everyone's been flashbanged.
Yeah.
Depends,
it?
I guess.
Is it kind of hard? Because I feel like it makes it infinitely easier if they have just been flashbanged for you to stealth.
I mean, as long as you weren't the one stealth, I guess.
Well, okay, that's a fair point. But can we get everyone out? Is the question. Because we are here to get people out and into safety, and we kind of,
Right.
well, one shot, possibly dead or dying. Everyone else is injured.
you okay.
One is
I
blowing
mean,
up
we literally just need Halan over here, and we're fine.
Yeah,
heads.
we
That is
need.
true.
We just need to gather the 3 of them and be like, peace, bye.
I mean, Jaeger can do it. Like, he's got it on lock. I'm not worried about grabbing Jaeger. He's on his own. I'm talking Halan and fucking M are the 2 that we got the exfil right now.
And I feel like you should take Jaeger just so he doesn't cause any more problems. Otherwise, he's just gonna keep exploding heads.
I mean, here's
We're gonna go ahead and take
It
this
kinda- it
prisoner
kinda-
away from you.
it kind of works if he's doing that, because then they're like, well, the people we were blaming aren't there now, so let's just focus on the guy exploding heads, and they'll never be able to catch that, man. So like, it's win-win.
That's a fair point.
Here for right now, get the giant eagle out. Eidos is there, kind of talking. Ken is here-ish and in the air. Aerith is there-ish and in the air. Where's my Emily? I'm almost ready. And then I need to use the bathroom.
Mm.
I'm just going to go ahead and do this to make the extra dramatic effect.
I got something else I want to try, but yeah. We're focusing on extraction. I mean, but it'll be a really good distraction.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I think that's... Oh, let me... Hold on Parathon, who is very stealthy. And... Jaeger. He's in my Deadpool. That's where he is. Okay, I need to use the bathroom. I will be right back. I'm going to move you guys over here since you can actually have a moment to kind of study it. This is more or less how it went out. The ones that are stunned are... Boom, boom.
Oh, I'm
They're so
behind
nicely
everyone.
clumped up.
Yeah, you came in from the opposite side, so you're kind of behind the group. The they were being chased out the southern end of this district, and this district looks a lot shittier than this map looks, and this map's pretty shit.
Even shittier.
Yeah, it just like the buildings are all ramshackle, falling apart, and barely held together by. It's just a slump essentially. But the ones with the gold are the ones that are like holding their eyes and their ears. One here, I'm just gonna mark him with a heart. He's the one who's in charge and has been talking to Eodos, and that should give you guys the opportunity to know what's going on. I'll be right back.
Man, they're in such a nice clump. If we were just gonna kill them,
It's very tempting. Tempting.
Does anyone have the sleep spell to just sleep them all?
No, I never picked it up.
no.
I mean,
I
we
got
can just.
silence.
I mean, we don't even have to kill them. We just have to get everyone into a group and then teleport out, correct?
Pretty
Yeah,
much,
like- That is
Okay.
what Eodos was gonna do. Just force cage that chunk of them in, and then we just walk away. Like, you guys just be cool. Try not to
Just
die
chill
from our boy blowing heads off, and like we're just gonna exit stage left.
So the goal is to just grab him and get him to Eodos.
Pretty much.
Well, it's not too bad then. We don't even have to fight. We just have to stall him long enough for him to move however many
Pretty much.
feet.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
60 feet.
Eodos, you
It's
can
not
make the force cage. You can make it just solid, and then it'll block spells
Yeah,
from
but-
going in
but
or out.
It's smaller if you make it solid.
Hmm.
It cuts from 20 to 10, so it becomes
Hmm.
half
Okay.
the size.
Right.
Yeah.
That's only like 4 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we just stack Nether's mischief on top of them?
I mean, we're still trying to not cause problems in the city that
Right.
we just like made friends with.
Yeah,
so
I'm
no,
not trying to like fireball or ice storm them.
if we
Okay.
put a force cage up, I do not think any of these guys are mages or can counter spell my what is it, 7th
I doubt
level
it.
spell
Yeah.
right now. So like,
7 double.
I'm pretty sure we do this and just tell the others to just hang tight. It'll go
Just please
down.
stop.
Yeah, like we don't want to kill you, and we don't want you to keep trying to kill us because then we'll have to kill you. You know, that sort of deal.
Yeah. I mean, we could try to convince them that we have authority over their, like, them as prisoners, but I don't know if that would work.
I mean, 6 of them are flashed, so that just leaves 6 of them, and the goal is to just get this guy from point A to point B.
Yeah, I mean,
I freaking love this.
if,
You guys keep
if-
playing it.
if-
I have pie to eat, so.
If Cade is okay with doing that, that's roughly 5 that aren't in the cage, because this guy could either get shunted in or out. It'll probably be up to Cade. But at most, that's
Mhm.
5 that aren't in it, that we can just be like, look, chill. We're not trying to hurt anybody.
Stop. Hold.
Oh my god. Okay. Scott,
You
let's do
have
this.
jurisdiction.
Let's roll some initiative.
Okay.
Let's see how this goes. So, everybody roll me initiative as Ken's flash bang goes off. Aerith, you reach out with your healing light, and as you see Ken throw the flashbang out of the corner of your eye, you take your eyes off of Emily, and you don't know how it turned out until somebody checks. But you did release your spell, or your ability. Go ahead. Did you roll for it?
Oh no, I did not. Sorry.
Would you
Okay.
would you be able to like feel it if it didn't work?
I don't
Maybe.
know. There really isn't much
Everything
detail about
felt
it.
normal, but you don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Let me roll. Okay. Oh, that's actually kind of convenient. That puts them pretty much all between. I get 1 and put you in there.
I have all these numbers that I get a really high modifier to, and I always
And you do great.
I do fantastic.
You do wonderfully. All right. So as the flashbang goes off, the arrows are released. We start with Ken at the top of our initiative tracker. As you are hovering in the air above, you have this arrow just jutting through like the little plates in the armor system, digging into your chest. What would you like to do?
Ow.
Heh.
I appreciate that.
funny that I hit you with.
Jesus,
Of
Gabe.
course.
Right? I was like, oh man, he is excited. Whew. Anyway, go ahead, Ken.
Okay. So we're not hurting him. We're just
Trying.
yeah. Okay. I had an idea, but it's more distraction than because I honestly don't want to fight him either. Yeah, we're fighting. It's more to fight or flight, and we're fighting right now.
You're
I
flighting?
am a
Okay, so what do
flightless
you-
bird.
Yeah. You know what? I can probably do it for intimidation factor.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna land right beside my buddy Eodos here,
All right.
and then let's see. I'm going to whisper you something really quick because
for it.
I'm not sure.
Again, I have pie, so. And I didn't know what to expect from this. This was you guys hauled to get here. That was crazy.
For speed.
Too bad Blade Song wouldn't have affected the broom. Given an
Yeah.
additional
And it's just like,
10 feet.
how fast can I go? Well, please do that. Because I have a feeling they're not going to get very far without us if they're being chased.
To answer your question, Ken, I think large. If I remember.
Okay.
Some giant robot.
Okay. Summon construct. So what does your metal construct look like?
Basically like a smaller version of Ascalon.
Okay.
like a large sized metal Ascalon.
Okay. So as you release, you see Ken land next to Eidos and throw out, is right in front of you.
Yep.
Throw out this small cube that hits the ground and then unfolds and unfolds and unfolds and unfolds and unfolds and unfolds. And it kind of just like unfurls itself in this magical, almost like printing until it's a smaller version of Ascalon. But I'll just give you the Ascalon.
I'm getting PTSD.
Okay, where's my...
Bird Rose just reflexively cringes away from it.
A smaller version of Ascalon just materializes itself in front. The guards kind of like take a step back. Anything else you want to do, Ken? Let's see, what does it do?
Almost not buddy here. We're just calm down. Can we all just calm down, please? Because if you force the situation, I mean, regardless if it's against the law or not, I will defend myself with the equal amount of force that you guys are, putting out. So, non-lethal to non-lethal, lethal to lethal. You get what I'm saying?
I will give you a choice. You could either roll a persuasion at disadvantage or an intimidation. They will have different effects depending on what you choose to do and how you roll, but it's up to you.
Persuasion. You said either persuasion at disadvantage or intimidation normally, or
Normal intimidation. What?
might as well do intimidation normally. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but normal roll is a normal roll.
12. You think you can intimidate us with your magic? Adventurers coming in here and taking the run of our city. We'll stop you in any way we can. And you hear a couple of, yeah, they can't tell us what to do from the crowd behind.
Yikes.
Yeah.
What is the opposite of suicide by cop? What is it when the cops are trying to suicide by you?
Anything else you want to do on your turn, Ken? Okay.
I don't know, but we're gonna find out.
I rolled a natural
Suicide
20
by-
for them against you. Yeah. Rose, you're an eagle.
Yeah. Okay. Top. Immediately, Rose is gonna drop polymorph.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to send ascending to Jaeger.
Okay.
Be cool, Jaeger.
Right.
You drop your eagle-in form, standing next to Emmeline. You close your eyes, cast your spell, shout at Jaeger, "Stop killing them!"
Right.
But y'all told
We,
me to.
we appreciate it. You saved it. Slow up for a bit. Let us get out of here so that they can't blame it on us.
Da-da-da-da-da. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 18, 19, 20, 21.
You would think of how often we get into these situations, we would be better at dealing with them. It's like we're
You'd
always
think.
unprepared.
I mean,
Eventually it'll
usually
get
we
to the
deal with
point.
reasonable people, though.
At least at some point it'll get to the time where people recognize us and just know like it's not worth it to try to
Right.
deal with them,
Just let them do what they were gonna do. It goes badly for everybody who doesn't.
People would just run in fear whenever they saw us.
There's
Like,
way
oh
less
god,
collateral.
they're
You
here.
just let it happen. Because it's
Hide your
really hard
children.
to go non-lethal. A lot of us are not geared for non-lethal.
Right.
Why I was interested in seeing how you guys would deal with a situation like this, and I'm not disappointed. I forgot to do that. Okay, that's a good place for it
Yeah,
to be.
and real, all those guys would have been flashbangs, which would have gave us like a little bit of time to get the fuck out. But
There's a save.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to do, Rose?
If I can, they're just gonna back up and try to just like look down and see if she's breathing at all.
Okay. You send the spell kind of out into the ether and twist, turning your back on the crowd of guards drawing their weapons on you, and fall down. Emmeline is alive. She is breathing.
Okay.
She's kind of like blinking to like a rough bit of consciousness.
I
she is alive.
saved her. I think.
Nobody.
Don't
It is your
die.
turn.
Nobody would like to hide as to not be associated with criminal activity.
Okay, roll me a stealth check.
I'm not here for this.
I will help out. Don't get me wrong. Where is?
I don't know these people.
I'm new in town.
I'm just the intern.
They also have disadvantage for finding me.
Yes, they do.
Always say that.
Yes, they do. Hey, always
Always
remind.
remind.
Why?
Hey, bud. You see that guy with the red horns? Yeah, go to him.
What?
So
He's
I'm
telling
right next
Halan.
Explain that
to.
to
Oh,
Halan.
you ran over to Halan. Okay, let me. Sorry, I didn't see your token move. I was like, what? I was trying to find Jaeger's character sheet in my freaking list of characters.
Stealth IRL.
He did.
Great.
Yeah, so
Stealth out of
I
the
snuck
campaign.
around the building, snuck up on him, and then like tapped him on the shoulder, like, "Yeah, go to him."
Okay, roll me a perception check as you do that.
I'm supposed to be good at these. Let's see if I am.
You can do it. I believe in you.
How? How did it keep getting worse? My passive is 25.
You turn the corner and blink.
Oh no.
Did I see something back there? Nah. You twist around. I need to roll something for Halan.
That he doesn't panic, try to stab you in the neck.
What's your stealth again? 24? Okay.
And he has disadvantage.
Okay, that's true. And let me go ahead and do...
Disembodied voice comes out of nowhere.
You hear... yeah, I know. I know who Eidos is. I'm just trying to get my way over there, quickly.
All right, do it faster.
Thank you.
Go faster, fool.
Is that all you're... Is that
Yeah,
your
that's
turn?
all I'm doing.
I'm just gonna give Halan some sass. All right, it's Halan's turn now. He just kind of gives you the squinty eyes, and then he's also gonna try to stealth. Oh, that's Reese's. That's why I couldn't find it.
Reese's Puff, Reese's Puff.
All right. You see him kind of just like dart over to here. 10, 15, 20. And he just kind of disappears over onto this side of the building. Beyond your sight. But he doesn't seem like he was noticed by any of the guards. The guard in the front, who is the first one on the initiative, I rolled 2 12s and a 9, so they're pretty much all going together with the Eidos in between the lead guard and then his troops. He's going to... Ooh, hold on. What is your... Iron Golem? Let's see, what golems can you summon?
Is it metal, clay, and...
Yeah. Stone. Okay, stone was the other one. So this is probably an iron golem. Based off of the way you had it. So let me give you an iron golem token. Loading. Add it to the game so that I can then go into here and name it Ken's
Big boy.
construct. Change its token. Okay. And then
I should dip 2 levels in the fighter to get action surge just to summon the greater demon and then force cage people in it with it just to make them fight it so we can walk away.
Cage match.
God.
Hell yeah.
Just have random pit fights.
Is that really it? It must be. Okay. I'll make sure that the spell is correct later, but I guess it must be Iron Golem. Which golem stat block? Because it really doesn't say. It just says you just use the stat block for that creature.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 13 plus the level of the spell. AC 40 hit points. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. So AC of 13, 40 hit points. It's 15 times.
I just thought something, but man, if it was possible, it would have fucked up the whole situation even worse.
Fireballing them?
Come
Yes,
on,
yes, I would.
keyboard, stop being jank.
Oh no, something worse.
Worse than fireball?
2 fireballs.
Worse than 2 fireballs.
A ninth
Okay.
level
Yeah, all right,
3
so-
fireballs.
Hurricane.
He's going to call out, "I will not be dissuaded by your magical machineries!" And he will swing out with his big longsword at your construct right in front of him. I'm just adjusting the bubbles. Hey, don't mind too.
Sir, please stop.
Come
We're
on, man.
asking. We're not even being rude here. Normally we have a lot of sass. We're trying really hard to be good right now.
You really are. Okay. He swings out with this long sword, two-handed, twice. The first attack does actually hit, and deal. Surprisingly, I didn't actually have stat blocks quite ready, so he deals 8 damage to your construct, and then I need you to roll me a d10.
Okay.
A good D10 or a bad D10?
You'll find out once it's rolled. 7. Okay. You see him carve across the chest of this miniature Ascalon construct you've made, and as he does, there's these like sparks, almost like starting a fire, and they lash out. And as he goes in for his second strike, the flames wash over him, and he starts patting on himself. He takes 7 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Ooh,
Did it just hellish rebuke?
Hell yeah.
It has heated body, so whenever something hits it with a melee attack, they take 1d10
Oh,
fire
yeah.
damage.
My god.
Fucking get him.
He's like, damn it! Help me, everybody! And that's his
hey, you did that. Hey, you did that on your
Right.
own, sir.
You did that to yourself, man.
Theodos, please assist me. What would you like to do?
Okay, well, luckily it made it where they're still at least all in there, so Enos is just gonna take out. He's got the pinches of ruby dust in little files that basically the same way that they reload switch axes in Monster Hunter. He's just gonna like load it into the Fate Render, rust real solidly. The blades are gonna light up, kind of vibrate. There's just gonna be an explosion of like black and red, and then Force Cage is gonna spring up right where I've got it painted.
Hell yeah, let me make a dex save for that one guy. Give him a +2. All right.
He gets split in half.
I'm kind of curious. Can you?
It shunts either in or out. That's
Okay,
why I
it's
was
just
Yeah.
in or out.
Yeah, it's not gonna
It'd be
split
funny
him.
though.
I'm not trying to kill a man with Force Cage.
Shunts him in. Okay.
Hell yeah.
He gets shunted into the rest of the group as the cage kind of bubbles around him and pulls him in. Everyone staggers in this blast of blackish red energy coalescing and then fading into a barely visible, like, shimmering cube that you can hardly even see unless you're really, really looking for it. Anything else you want to do, Eidos? Roll me a persuasion check as well.
Okay. Persuasion or intimidation or his thing, so this is really good. He's just like, look, man, seriously,
Just stop.
be cool. We're not trying to hurt you. So far, you've only been hurt by swinging yourself or the neutral other party here. So just
Neutral other party.
Some mysterious other person.
it's definitely not any of us doing it. But as long as you are being aggressive, I'm pretty sure they are going to be aggressive. So just chill out, hang tight. This will go down eventually. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go talk
Just gonna
to
go.
the head of Alder Gate about what's going on because we've already been in talks with them regarding certain matters that are kind of linked to this, and we're trying really hard not to cause problems here.
Really hard. You have no idea.
Okay. The the 2 or the 3 that you can see on the outside, like the ones that are inside, does force cage stop sound?
No,
Heck,
no.
no.
And this one is the cage. It's not the like solid box.
Got like
Oh,
guards.
okay. So it's got the
Because
shimmering.
yeah, it's like basically a little cage that barely visible bars, but otherwise it would only be 10 by 10.
Gotcha. Okay, got it. All right. Interesting. That's really cool.
It also is actually completely invisible, so they have no idea this has happened.
Except for that one guy that got kind of shunted in.
Right.
Okay. All right. Let me see. Do another 8, I guess. Okay. Can you shoot through the force cage?
Yeah, I mean if they want to.
One of them
It's a
does shoot.
cage,
at
20
the-
feet with 1/2 inch diameter bars spaced 1 inch, a 1/2 inch apart.
Who from within it shoot out at Mecha Ascalon and miss? One of them just hits the bar of the force cage and just sort of goes tsk
Tink.
and dissipates into nothingness. The other one gets through it and then tinks off of the construct of Ascalon. One of the ones outside that has had his bow trained on you, Eodos, does fire. Does a 17 hit you?
No, it does not.
Okay, but that is all that happens throughout that. The others are kind of just like looking at each other. This one, the ones inside the cage start to like kind of back up or try to, come on, 20, try to back up and find themselves like pressed in, pushing against the walls. And I think I had one too many. Oh, I had a lot too many there.
Good.
4. Yeah, okay, cool. These two kind of just like step back, holding their weapons at the ready. The one in front of him is like, the one on the other side of this is like holding his hand against the bar with his buddy on the other side of the bar, like, I shall never see you again, friend. But
Relax. It's only an hour. Calm down. Don't be melodramatic. Nothing's gonna happen to you guys.
but that is it. One shot that is easily parried out of the air. One that clinks off of Ascalon's armor. And that is all that we get from the group there. Aerith, are you going to add anything to the defusal?
I don't necessarily have anything that could, other than just making chaos.
Maybe don't. As much as I like it.
I know.
If we hadn't just convinced them to potentially
Right.
give us the other prisoners, we could have handled this in our usual way. But we actually were diplomatic for once, so I feel like we don't need to betray that trust we literally just earned.
I
So
guess.
perfect.
Not
I'll just
yet,
ice storm
at
them. No, I'm kidding.
least.
I'll just fly in closer, stay with Emmeline, and just ensure that she's kept alive, and then yeah, that'll be my turn.
Okay. All right. Well, that is pretty much the one round that I figured it would take. I just needed to do it in the right order and get everyone's inputs. But on the next turn, let's see, Ken. I'm curious. How at this point the guards that are outside the force cage have more or less acquiesced. There's one that's still kind of like angry about it, but he's seeing that they're definitely in an unwinnable situation, and you're at least calling that you're gonna speak with the heads of the towns. The leader is currently, patting the smoldering flames off of his body and dealing with the fact that he just took the damage that could KO a commoner. Let's see. Halan and Jaeger can get to you guys next turn. So what is the overarching plan? Let's say you guys are able to group back up during the next round. Does anybody do anything else in hostility against the guards?
No.
Nope. As long as that's cool, we're cool.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
stay right there.
So just,
Don't-
yeah, he's just
We're
definitely let them know. We get it. You're doing your job. You're trying to keep the city safe. You're under the assumption that this is a crime that they need to be held responsible for, but there's a lot more going on than you're aware. There's a lot more going on than a lot of people are aware. We are
We'll
absolutely
fix it.
talking to the people that need to know and fix it. That's why I don't want you to freak out, but we absolutely could have killed every one of you and just walked away, but we're not trying to cause problems.
For
One
once.
last persuasion at advantage, and because a lot of like it was great because Ken was rolling intimidations and Eodos was rolling persuasions. It's freaking crazy, but
I mean,
you hear like some mutters in the crowd, and then an angry gruff. We'll see how it turns out for you. I will be filing my report once I am freed from your arcane trap. What is your name? If you are in conversation with our leadership, who should I say got in the way of the lawful execution of
The law.
the law? Yeah, I keep saying it, but I don't mean to. It's, I guess, his thing. He kind of like stops. Yes, exactly.
It is. Like I'm full. Like I get it. We've been on your side of things where we're having to do stuff. I understand. That's like I said. I'm trying my best not to cause problems for you. You guys came pretty hot, and I get it. This only lasts an hour, so you probably just get you a little bit of an hour break. Whatever you were doing, just kick back in there, I guess.
He just narrows his eyes at you. But that's pretty much the most you'll get out of them. The rest start to like mill about. Most of them are just sort of like testing the force cage, like putting their arm through the bars and then tapping the not bars parts and like looking at it, questioning. What is the plan? As you say that, you look over and you see that Jaeger is just sort of like standing there looking at you like, we gonna go? I'm here now.
Jesus.
You look at him, you look away. It's just Halan and Emmeline there. Yeah.
All right,
Halan
well,
has run up and has got like Emmeline kind of like cradled.
Real quick before we leave, Rose is gonna just step up to the guy behind the bars. We just had a nice amicable chat where we told you what was going on, explained the whole situation, and everything's fine. And I'm gonna cast Modify Memory.
Okay. Yeah, I mean he's not. Okay, that's a 2 on the die.
So I give him the false memory that we like had a talk with all of his troops, and like it was just a big misunderstanding. Like we have legal precedence over some prisoners that he doesn't really remember, like if they were there. But we said we were going to take care of it, and he agreed, and everything was chill.
He kind of blinks, comes back out of it. All right, men. Well, seems things here have been handled. Are we ready to go? And they kind of all look at each other. I'm gonna roll 11 insight checks really quick.
I hope they are all dumb.
Two of them kind of look at each other, and you hear one go, "Sir, you all right? Hey, come here, sir. Let me look." Looks past him at Rose. We'll get you to a cleric, sir. Come on. We just gotta wait this out. It won't take long. Wait what out? I don't understand. We were just having a conversation. Why are they putting their hands through the air like that? And it's just a lot of confusion. What's everybody else
Alright, let's
doing?
Teleport us out.
Oops.
Eodos
Oh god, it's so big.
teleporting.
Yeah, we'll probably, not do it in the immediate vicinity of them, but
Do you leave the construct to just sort of stand guard, Ken, while you guys walk towards the south?
No, I'll have it come with.
Okay. So what is that? 9 of you leave I'm gonna move us back onto Baldur's Gate. leave the Tumbledown district here and start heading just towards like the outskirts, because there's like a patch of like dirty, rocky overlook, and then there's a very steep kind of decline that goes down for about 30 or 40 feet that they were running towards, because they were just going to slide down it and then just get in the river and swim. So you just sort of like head out. Halan picks up Emmeline and kind of like has her draped over her shoulder, and she looks over at all of you and sees Rose. Thank you.
Well, you didn't die, so good. That was pretty much the only thing I asked.
I think it got close there.
Yeah.
I
So guess
think it got a
what?
lot closer for the others, to be honest, because if you had died, the negotiations would have gone out the window, and it
Yeah.
would have just become us against Baldur's Gate. But
I-
luckily, you didn't. So
It's fun.
I rolled death saves for her. She rolled a
No.
natural 1, a
No.
16, a 17, and 18.
Oh.
Oh, so my magic didn't even
Thought
work.
we got through fast enough.
She was stabilized, but it woke her up.
Yeah.
Okay.
if when Rose and Aerith went to try to check on, if they had not, that peaceful thing would have went out the window. But we were trying before that, so
Yeah. I mean, I would have right away like tried to heal her. But I don't have shit for that.
You have
As
potions.
you
I
leave,
don't have.
supporting
I
Emily,
have.
I mean, we have. If she did die, we have the defib now.
you do.
I
That's
also
true.
have Revivify.
I mean,
I have it prepared.
in the heat of the moment, I'm not sure that would have really
Right.
calmed us down. But
No.
it is true that we could have at least got her back and then wrapped her up in a civil war of sorts.
We could have done both.
Oh,
It's
man.
fine.
Baldur's Gate
as
had
we're
no
having
intention
this
of...
conversation, talking about like how close we just came to wage a war on this place because of some guards killing one of our friends. Idos kind of draws the circle and is like, "All right, everybody in."
As you're discussing it, Emmeline's just smiling, leaning heavily on Halan and Rose, who are supporting her. And
Yeah, we're gonna show you our new
Jaeger's
place.
strolling up behind, and Jaeger is weird for you guys. Like Aerith, Rose, and nobody, especially the three of you. Actually, no. Everybody except Eodos. Eodos, for you, when you look away from Jaeger, you don't forget about Jaeger, but you forget that Jaeger's there. You remember Jaeger as an ally, as a friend that you could call upon, or at least ask for help. You never knew if he'd actually give it. But he was there, and you know who he is. And you don't quite know why the thought of him just entered your mind. But then you look back at him, and you remember, oh, right, because he's here. But then you look away, and you forget. The rest of you, every time you see him, it's like, whoa, who the fuck are you? He's like, I'm Jaeger. This shit'll wear off in like 20 minutes, all right? And then you'll be good for at least the rest of the day. And then you keep walking, like, okay. And you look away from him, and you hear steps to your right, and you look, and you see him, whoa! And he's like, God damn it. I'm Jaeger. I'm not going to hurt y'all. It just takes... Well, Eodos draws the portal. It opens in this kind of... He draws it as a circle on the ground, and as it opens as a freestanding vertical kind of portal that no matter what direction you look at it, is just flat. No matter where you're looking at it, it's just this perfectly flat, egg-shaped oval that is just sort of rippling with bluish, silverish light before you. But as the portal comes up, he just claps his hands and jumps through. Everybody jumping through?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody jumps through, and you find yourselves...
Get pranked. We're going to Linton. No, I'm joking.
I guess I should ask, where did you go?
Yeah, I went back to the keep.
Okay, I think that was the wrong one I sent you to. This. Yeah, it's the one with the actual.
One day I actually am going to prank everybody, though, and have us think that we're going one place, so we're actually going all the way across the continent. But that'll be later.
Where are we?
All right, and then I will ask. It's only been 3 hours. I'm good to keep going. But everybody good, or does anybody want to?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Alrighty. Well, you guys emerge in the large teleportation chamber.
Whoa.
I know, I gotta shrink all your tokens because I just copied them from the scale's just so much different.
Giant. Oh no! Look how little baby Eonos over here.
Right. So
Tokens
small.
get so small on this map, but you all kind of just step out of this portal onto this raised, beautiful platform into the platinum.
I feel like some people
Play.
are smaller than others.
They are, because there is no grid for me to actually like map it to. I need
just
to
have
do
to
it.
kind of-
I did it by hand before, and then I moved stuff, and now it's just ruined. So it's fine. Everyone will be fine. It's just really to designate where you are on this large map. But as you all step out of it onto your own island in your own keep, what would you like to do? Emmeline is still wounded, but alive.
I'm
Tuan
gonna
looks
cast
slightly
Cure
wounded, but-
Wounds on her at level 3.
Okay, go ahead and cast that. She kind of smiles and looks past you. None of you would happen to have a casting focus, would you? Or material component bag? Anything? Might.
What was I using for my
You used the
casting focus
chakram.
before the chakram?
I don't know.
Wasn't
think
it
you had
like an
arcane-
instrument?
Yeah, I think you were
Or-
casting with an instrument, or with you cast with your voice. That was it, because you were a bard, so you can actually just cast using your voice as an
I
instrument.
just don't need it. Okay.
Yeah, you don't really need it. None of you
I have-
really need
Oh, I actually do
I have
have.
weapon.
I have Tiamat Slayer.
it.
I should. I should have an extra arcane focus because I have my spell book. I have the artifact, and then I had an arcane focus before. I
From
may have-
your background.
Yeah.
Roll a d20. On a 13 plus, you still have it. Anything lower than that, it's just.
Why can't I roll this shit in
Right.
Curse of Strahd?
Right?
Right.
I'll be
Yes,
like,
you
"Oh,
guys
I've
make
got an
yourself at
extra
home.
one."
Welcome to
Yeah, you're
Casa
just-
Day. Wanderers of Starlight. You can
Yeah.
get your own rooms, I guess. Feel free because you're part of the gang. Don't tell anybody about the circle because we don't need people that can't or shouldn't be here to be here. But you guys are cool.
As long as you're
he also-
cool.
This is stuff. What? Where?
So
I think I need a story.
yeah, so hi, my name is Ken Silverlight, but apparently I also go by Ascalon the Uncorrupted. I'm the world's second platinum dragon.
That is
No big deal.
something, I suppose. So, what we saw the other night, the mountain in the air, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was us.
So my dragon side has his own personality, and he was
It's kind of a jerk.
he wasn't a jerk, more so very.
He
Just
hit
almost
Murder.
killed me.
He's really motivated and really determined.
To be
Yeah.
fair, you did something really stupid,
I did not.
and Ascalon acted accordingly.
False.
I mean, it does
But,
not
no,
sound
he did-
untrue,
he did-
Rose.
Hey.
He didn't kill Rose. Rose is fine. None of us died. we convinced him to give Ken the reins. We stopped him from annihilating Baldur's Gate, which would have sucked because that meant you guys also would have been killed. So I guess you're welcome. We avoided
Yeah.
dropping this mountain on Baldur's Gate, and now it's ours. We've already talked to the people that run Baldur's Gate, and they said it's out of their jurisdiction. So as long as we don't do some bad shit, they won't bother
We
us.
just did. Like we literally
No.
just did.
We didn't kill
No.
anybody, so it's not. It's not. We have the means to pin this on Kegram. Like
Do we?
yes, we do, and we're going to, and it will be okay after we kill him.
We'll get there.
I love It's
It's a work in progress, okay? Nobody.
We have an out that we're working towards, and we just have to set it up to make sure everything works out. But it's there.
Alright. Fun. Do I get my brain surgery before or after this?
Brain surgery.
How much did that cost?
Well-
That kind of good.
they bought, so they didn't actually pay anything for the diagnosis from the dwarf, but they bought one of the daggers for
blacksmith.
200 gold. He had a star metal dagger that he used to kind of show them what the metal was that was in his head by comparing the two, and Rose bought that, which is what he was hoping for. He was hoping when he sussed you guys up, Eodos definitely gives the cut of man who spends a lot of money on dangerous things. So
So can we rip the thing out of your head?
Well,
he didn't go to a doctor yet, and I'd rather have a doctor's opinion on pulling it out of my head rather than a blacksmith.
right, the blacksmith's medical opinion didn't go so hot.
Yeah. I went to heaven. They have good food.
You didn't go to heaven. You briefly maybe had a seizure. It's fine. You're fine.
Did you have a chat with your god like we did?
No, I don't think so. I saw a man with a goatee. I also saw carts being pulled by nothing. So
Kind of underwhelming that
weird.
your god's just a guy with a goatee, but I mean, I'm not. I guess I'm not really one to judge.
I mean, he gave me a sandwich.
Damn, dude, the sound.
Your god was nicer than ours.
I don't even
If
know
anything
if he was
else, I
good.
guess.
We got artifacts from ours.
Yeah, you guys literally got like
Oh,
legendary
he-
artifacts.
He didn't die. He briefly had a medical condition happen.
Well, I
So
didn't
he doesn't
get
get an
an
artifact.
say more just my physiology being mutated. Well, not mutated. That sounds bad. More changed.
My artifact is I got a chunk of star metal in my head.
You got metal in your face.
Uh,
Congrats.
Sharpen it.
I
and
mean-
start headbutting people.
If you want, we could
That would
go
cause
visit
more
a doctor tomorrow, like an actual doctor. But I mean, you've been doing pretty good so far. I was just curious what it was.
do you mind if I see that dagger?
So you didn't actually.
Sure.
Also-
Rose will take it out, flip it to.
Oh
Eric?
shit!
hmm.
We gotta go back to the city.
Yeah, we just
I
dropping
mean,
them off.
yes.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Here's
We gotta-
here's my thought process, because obviously we needed to get you guys back here and not within reach of them just arresting you, willy nilly.
Yes.
But
You stay
Appreciate
here.
that.
we already kind of convinced the others to potentially release Eldkin and Orvustia back to us, so that we could, one, like air quotes, keep you detained, but two, you're away from them. And three, we're also going to have to start commissioning people so we can get a lighthouse, because this island got dropped in the middle of like trade routes and shit. So there's a
Watch out the
potential
boat.
risk where, people might crash. So that's another thing that we're going to have to deal with. But if they ask, you guys are going to be helping with the construction work, even though you're probably not, because fuck them. Who cares? This is our island.
Right.
Okay.
As a cover.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. Well, that's good news about Eldkin and Orvustia. He kind of like looks towards the door that Jaeger left out of. He didn't.
Where did he go?
He just left. He just walked into the rest of the keep. And
Okay.
for the
As
most
long
part,
as he didn't leave.
the rest,
that's fine.
he just walked into the keep. But the only one who even remembers Jaeger is
Yeah.
Eodos. So, and of course Eldkin or Emmeline and Halan can remember him as well.
Yeah.
Right-
As long as
right
he didn't
now-
walk out the door. That's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
right now there's really nowhere for people to go, because again, we're like a
Giant
mile
island
off the coast. Yeah, so
in the middle of the
Or-
ocean.
unfortunately you're here now, unless you can cast like teleportation. circle because we have one that you can
Yes.
use to go places now. But
Please maybe stay here for a little while though, so that you are for sure protected and not gonna get murdered.
Okay. If you
So-
think it's safe, then we'll stay here.
I mean, we just the fact that we have our own like jurisdiction on this island because it's technically like a different city, I think, right?
yeah, we're outside of their reach. Based on what they said, we are outside of their limits. So
Yeah.
we kind of exist as our own entity now. So ideally, we move a bunch of you guys that we could trust out here anyway. So this is just step one.
Okay. All right. Well, what do you think, Halan? Should we just take a look around, go see if we can track down Jaeger and keep him out of getting into more trouble? Halan,
Yeah,
just
Yeah, so-
feel free to scope the whole keep out. See if there's any place you want to like lay claim to. A couple of us have already like called a couple spaces up top, and you can look around the island. There's a bunch of space. We can get an idea about what we want built where and start working towards that. But this is just like stage one, essentially.
she takes like a few deep breaths and shakes her head. To think an hour ago I was running for my life from the city god, and now I'm here. Okay,
Yep.
that's. She looks
Kinda how
over
life
all
goes
of
these
you, and then once again sets on Rose, and you see her eyes lock into yours, and she has just big, beautiful eyes. Probably one of the things you loved most when you were there, were together, appreciated the most about her, however you feel like Rose would feel. And she just, thank you. They came out of nowhere. I
Yeah.
barely had time to get a spell off before they knocked my... Thank you.
Of course. I mean, well, we're not gonna just let you go die in some weird city. Yeah.
Looks at everybody, smiles. Okay. Finally out of danger. I'm gonna go find Jaeger, walk around. Is there a kitchen or like anywhere to sit down? Or...
Well.
Upstairs we got like a little, I guess, meeting room kind of bare bones thing going on. So I mean that'd be the best bet to like have somewhere to relax. Also, we have people here already. They're didn't you say they're like 10, 12 feet tall?
Yeah, 8 to
Platinum
10.
Lizard folk?
Yeah, platinum lizard folk. Yeah.
No big
Yeah.
deal.
My my other side recruited a bunch of 10 to 12 feet tall lizardmen and modified them. They're fine. Just let them know you're with us, and they should,
Okay.
help you out and leave you alone.
Guards. I told you with the. What was it? You? Hold on. Was it?
I can't remember who you told.
Right.
I
Who
think
was
you
I
just,
talking
you
to?
sent the message to the Vanguard, telling them that anybody that said that phrase would be
Yeah.
safe.
Well, I told somebody to tell. Yes. No. Okay. I told the guards. So yeah. I told the guards. If you guys know, like, just name drop Ascalon and tell them that you're cool. They should be fine.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's definitely. You guys have been very, very busy. Okay. All right.
Been a couple days.
And Aerith, did you?
Huh?
Sorry. Go ahead.
We'll explain the story in detail whenever we get back.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you give her your
Yes, I would
original
have
focus?
given it to her and be like, well, I got a new one / better one, so you can have my old one.
She kind of like reaches out a hand to take it from you and holds it a little bit more reverently than you probably would have expected. And she looks down at it and goes, closes her hand around it. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna check in with give me 1 second. She closes her eyes. She probably has her eyes closed for about a minute. Okay, Elkin says that they're in holding at the moment. They were moved from their cells and are at least out of the anti-magic. That was all she could say. But
Well, that's good.
something's happening. I can reach out to you if I need to. I've got a little bit more. Okay. I think I could even... I think Create Food and Water doesn't have any.
I don't think so. No, it's pretty much like a oh my god, we don't have any supplies.
Okay, I could even get us some basic supplies and set us up with some food and water. Okay, awesome. If there's anything I can do to help, reach out, tell me. We'll be here. And don't
Be
get yourself killed,
safe.
okay? Or arrested.
All we gotta do is get Elkin and Overrush back, and we can start, working towards getting stuff out here, so you guys aren't just hanging out in an empty keep.
All right. Very
Yeah.
good. Very good. Okay. All right. So, then, what is the plan from here? As Emmeline kind of like stands up, and you did heal her a little bit more, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
The 18.
Okay, yeah. So she's still got like a little bit of like fatigue, and she's like walking with a slight little bit of like a limp in her back where the arrows hit her, just like tightness in the muscles, but she is happy and moving and seems to be
Not dead.
not dead.
That's good.
What are the rest of you doing?
I guess we need to get back to the city to go grab the other two.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
talk to them so that they're not about to, arrest us on the spot or cause problems. Because
Tell them some of the guards kind of accosted us a little bit, and we didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
This guy. Okay. So you're using the circle here to just home point?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. So you guys proceed up. Eidos casts the spell, activating the circle and leading you to the High Hall.
Yes.
Okay. You step through the shimmering portal, coming out into the High Hall, the center of government within Baldur's Gate, where the leaders live and are escorted to the main kind of like entry chamber of the hall itself, because they don't want you behind the scenes without purpose. One of the associates there will greet you. Well, welcome back. How can we assist you? Do you...
Hi. We're here to speak to the councilwoman in regards to the two prisoners that were supposed to be released into our care.
Ah, yes, she did say that we were to be expecting you. Give me one moment, I will... And he kind of like leans over and raises a finger, and a young boy, probably like mid-teens, runs over and he whispers in his ear. The boy runs off.
Baby
Hopefully
Chad.
she is available. We will know momentarily. He does kind of look like a generic Chad, but he's just a page. Essentially, they don't have magical sending for everybody, so he sends a page off, and please go ahead and make yourselves comfortable here. And there are just like benches, seats here in this meeting area. Mill about. It's a waiting room. No matter how powerful you get, no matter
you're
how
off
fantastical. Yup. You're always gonna wait.
I'm gonna ritually cast Identify on the dagger, the star metal dagger.
Okay. You set down your books and the dagger in front of it and begin to ritually call upon the energies to identify. The dagger's not magical. It is mastercraft, so it does have +1 properties because of the star metal and the amount, the detail of work that went into it, but it doesn't have any magical effects. It's just a +1 dagger.
Do my headbutts have a +1 effect too?
Do you want to try headbutting people?
I do not.
Okay.
Because I feel like I would do +1 damage to them,
Worse
but I would
effect on
also take
yourself.
+1 damage myself.
Yeah.
Con save.
Just having
Um,
a seizure every 10 minutes.
Yep.
yeah.
I'm sure
But
that's fine for your brain.
you sit, cast your spell. 10 minutes pass. Another 20. It's probably about 45 minutes or so from the time the page left, and he comes back and whispers into the ear of the attendant, who just smiles, but like, "She will be with you shortly." And then it's about another 40 minutes from that point.
God.
Did we just get a short rest while we were sitting here waiting?
Go for it.
Yep.
Yeah, you can definitely.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Jesus
roll a
Christ.
couple dice.
Fucking
Are we at the
politics
that-
bullshit.
D&D DMV, the Department of Magical Vocations? What the fuck is going on?
And you said Force Cage lasts an hour, right?
Yeah, 1 hour and
Okay.
then it's gone.
Got it. Okay.
And
45
luckily, it's not concentration. So I could have had multiple things running if we ever just want to lock somebody up for no reason.
Yep.
That's
Just be like, hey,
horrible.
fuck you.
You're all monsters. As you lounge, rest, be bored, read, however you kill the time in a waiting room, because it's a waiting room. Eventually, Councilwoman Boleyn does come into the room. "Oh, I'm so sorry to have kept you all waiting. Please, follow me. Let's go to my chambers where we can speak privately."
Is she really sorry?
She's
Roll an
about to be.
insight check.
She's gonna be angry at us.
Mild disappointment.
Okay, you roll a 15. She does actually seem regretful that, like, she has like a gentle smile on her face, her hands clasped before her. She doesn't seem upset or defensive.
Okay, it's good.
She looks like she
We
was
can at least-
genuinely just busy and has known you're here and feels bad that you waited, but doesn't
Right.
really feel that bad because waiting is
So-
part of the game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we can
it
at
is.
least get our side of the story in first, so that's good.
But she
Hey,
will lead
if
you.
we can let them know we are even a little bit proactive. We've already got them on Prison Island, you know.
Right? Got half of the troop we were looking for.
Okay.
Now we just need her half.
She will lead you through the high hall up to her chambers, and closing the door behind you, return to the large chamber room that you had your conversation with her yesterday in. She sits down in her slightly elevated chair, just to give that innate air of superiority, as all nobles do, and gestures for you to sit in the just as comfortable looking chairs that she has set out for guests to sit in while they talk. "Okay, very well. Well, I was just finishing the transfer arrangements for your two friends. We did take them out of Magehold proper and get them into holding. We will be transporting them by armored carriage across the city here this afternoon, and then they will be remanded into your custody."
Wonderful news.
Cool.
Thank you,
Cool.
Councilwoman.
You're very welcome. Again, I do hope that this does foster some goodwill in the future between your small island and our city. But unfortunately, until they get here, there's not much more I can assist you with, unless there's something new to be brought to my attention.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
kind of ran into a situation that honestly sort of works out with the similar issue, because it is another group of people that were in trouble because of these same circumstances that we have already, and he does air quotes, apprehended and have sent to the
Extracted.
island to prepare for the lighthouse construction.
Okay. Does this have to do
There-
with the operation
were
that
some
happened in
Issues.
Tumbledown district an hour ago? I was apprised of its.
It does. We
She kind of like
tried to
purses her lips.
intervene and stop a lot of the bloodshed that was going on, and we tried to
It
negotiate. And
did stop.
yeah, that there was a couple people that got hurt, but it wasn't us. And like I said, we took the ones responsible into custody. We have them in the keep, preparing for the eventual lighthouse construction.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. She kind of like narrows her eyes. I was brought up to speed on this association to what we had discussed yesterday. Your original two allies, the two you had requested, were innocent bystanders comparative to the ones that were pursued this afternoon. When the two of them were brought into custody, well, very little is known. One of them is only really spoken of in mysteries. The young woman is written of, and she kind of like pulls out a sheaf of parchment. I believe they called her Miss Stonesworn. Was the only one we had managed to bring into custody. And then all of the guards protecting her or escorting her died. Suddenly. Without warning or sign. She vanished. And every indication was that they had retreated to a adventurers guild of some kind. We attempted to negotiate with the guild and were allowed to pursue justice within their walls, sending our guards and agents to attempt to bring her to the charges. The original that she had been charged with of stealing the airship, as well as the subsequent charges of the murdered guardsmen. Everyone we sent into that building died. Everyone the guild sent into that building died. We had it locked down until...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's until the mountain distracted our perimeter enough for her to escape. So, if you have gotten in the way of this could cause wrinkles.
The thing is, she's not the one responsible for this. The problem is, it's really hard to describe to you the one that is responsible because of some things that they have. So it's not really gonna, like, we can't really elaborate on it because of an item that they got via Astral Sea. You remember the story we told you about going to the Astral Sea? They're sort of a neutral wild card in this whole scenario. They are absolutely responsible for what's going on. They were acting because they have a certain affection for her, but she would never have wanted that degree of force to be used.
Wanted murder?
Yeah, so like,
the usual.
It's a really difficult situation. Again, it's not me being coy or trying to withhold information.
Literally.
Yeah, he's got an item. I don't even know what the item is. I'm just aware that he had something made from a thing we fought over there that now is making it really hard to even perceive him.
And do you have this other neutral party also in custody on your island?
You know, this is gonna like try to low-key look at the party like, what do you guys do? We
I don't remember.
I kind of
Rose
want to
doesn't
give
think
like
that we should tell them, but
yeah, I kind of want to. I'm like thinking like maybe we shouldn't tell
you know,
them that they're with us.
Yeah. You know, he's gonna try to play this off, not like he was looking at them to figure out if we should say we do or don't, but like he was looking at them as if they could remember if we did or not. So
Alright,
he's just
Roll me
gonna
a
look
deception.
back like, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Man, she's rolling so middling.
Oh no.
She kind of
Well,
narrows
okay,
her...
I have an inspiration. Can I try to?
Absolutely, go for it.
Maybe we can make this work.
come on. There we go.
Yay.
Better.
There's a moment where she narrows her eyes. You think she's seen through it, and then she says, "Because of this item he as
There was this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure what the thing was, but when you looked at it, you could perceive it. The second you looked away, all recollection of it went out the window. And when we killed it, we carved some stuff out of it, and I'm pretty sure he used some material from that to make something because it is honestly hard. It's a miracle. I know it's a he at this point because it is like the motherfucker is a ghost.
oh, okay. Well, that does. And you say he is the one responsible for the harsher crimes therein.
Yes,
All of
the
it.
like the head exploding stuff. Yes, unfortunately, he
Pretty-
is the one responsible.
They were
And,
all
Yeah,
and this has made
honestly, pretty much all of it, except for I guess she technically did steal an airship by accident.
She kind of like purses her lips in a like, how do you steal an airship by accident? But then kind of shakes her head in a, I'm not gonna ask that question. Nods. And I believe the simplest solution is to apprehend the true culprit, provide him for justice, and that should assuage the louder, more upset parties here. If what you're saying is correct and the operation in Tumbledown was derailed, then the ones in charge might attempt to stand in the way of their transfer. If we could offer them your friend, or, I'm sorry, not friend, this neutral party.
I was very careful not to ever say our friend.
I know, and that's why I had to correct myself. That wasn't her, that was me correcting
Yeah,
myself.
I'm glad because I didn't want to give her any reason to doubt that maybe we're in with them or that we're not. Like, this is a rough spot we have found ourselves in, gang.
Right.
They
I
can
mean,
make-
the fact that he's a totally separate party from the rest of their charges, it's not
yes,
their fault he came in out of nowhere and started doing stuff. They can't be held responsible for that, can they?
they can. As accomplices to his actions and beneficiaries to the crimes caused therein, they can be held maybe not accountable for the full weight of his crime, but for some of it. And in lieu of him, they would be offered up as example.
Even
I
if
mean,
they
the
didn't
two-
know that he was up.
Yeah, the two that were in the prison, they weren't even around for the beginnings of the murder.
No,
Any of it. They were in prison.
but it is all linked together through the one original crime. A crime that is being the justice therein is being pursued by a man of questionable repute and a lot of influence. Unfortunately, if
So
he hears that this action, I fear that what might happen to the two that we have
alright.
agreed.
I have
What
a
if he were to
rhetorical question.
suddenly drop charges due to
That was
unforeseen
gonna be my
event?
rhetorical question. What if he stopped pursuing this so heavily? Would they then be free of persecution?
She like looks around the room, almost like she's looking for a bug. Theoretically speaking, if the aggrieved party were to depart the city for some reason, the weight and pressure they could provide would be less. They still have friends within the city and those who have done business, so there might be some that seek recompense for no sake other than pure malice. But if the source of it were to not be a source anymore, that could have an effect on things.
I also have another hypothetical question.
Okay.
Is there a specific route that this carriage travels upon?
Not particularly. I don't believe so. They were just told to, as safely, they'd probably use the main streets as opposed to any side streets. Larger
Where were they
boulevards.
coming from?
Let's see, where is... I think Mage Hold is in the Brampton district, but give me a second.
We're just in Twin Songs or Rivington. No, I'm kidding.
All the way on the other side.
All the way on the other side.
It does not specify. Neat. Okay. She kind of... Yeah, it's gonna be then... It would actually, thinking about it, where would they put the prison? I'm like, in a city
Underneath
designed like this,
the
where would they
hill.
put the prison?
Tumbledown.
They probably have multiple, I would think.
They would, yeah. And where would they... She kind of... Did you see that large complex on the small island east of Sea Tower District as you came in? That was Mage Hold. So they're coming from down here.
Oh.
Where?
Right.
Oh, down there.
Like,
Okay.
never mind,
So
just
they'll
forget.
need to come through Bloom Ridge and the Steeps, and then up through the Temple District to here. So they'll probably just take the main road. There's really only a few thoroughways large enough. Why?
I mean, if somehow the prisoners went missing on the way here,
As you are asking the question, there's a heavy knock just at the door. She goes, one moment. Yes,
occupied.
Please
the
don't
door-
let this speak of the devil.
opens, and it's the young page boy. He kind of runs in, whispers in her ear. She goes, "Thank you very much, young man. You can go now." He runs out of the room and closes it. Well, it seems the people you had your engagement with have arrived. Theoretically, yes. Again, best discretion. I believe I need to speak with them at the moment. Yeah. The other side.
The angry
really-
guards that were mad at us.
You really need to talk to your guards because they came out swinging instantly. We didn't even do anything. We were casually trying to de-escalate the situation.
Right?
They immediately fired arrows and swung. Like,
What if we were just some, like, innocent commoners?
Roll me, both of you roll me persuasion checks.
Wink.
you might need to send them back to the academy to
25.
26.
She kind of nods with like a little bit of a question on her face. Very well, I will ask what was fueling such hasty behavior. We don't normally train our guards to strike out so callously. Is there more I should know now? Above table, she doesn't care if he has to wait. She made you wait 40 minutes, so she's not rushing you out the door now. But
I mean, genuinely, all up front, we literally did everything we could not to fight them. I mean, I'm sure they weren't too. I put them in a force cage so that they would stop trying to just blindly attack and kill us. Now, and granted, like I was telling them, I get it. I'm sure they were probably thinking, dude that was exploding heads might have been one of us. But we were trying to make it pretty clear it wasn't, and trying to calm everything down. We never even actually swung at them, surprisingly, and that said a lot coming
Pretty
from
good for
us.
us.
We're
Yeah.
we're a pretty like shoot first, shoot later, shoot some more, and then when everybody's dead, ask a question or two for the group. So, like, that's pretty good for us, I think.
Okay. I will take all of that into consideration when I hear their debriefing. I at least have a little bit of a clearer understanding as to what's going on and why all of our guards and agents couldn't have any recollection of any other actor within this.
Yeah.
It still would be the best, politically speaking, if we had someone to...
I mean,
I don't want to use the
if we
term
could-
execute, but execute justice.
if we could somehow get a hold of the person and get them to you, what, like, after we present them to you, if they escape, is that off of everyone else? Like, is it clear that it's that person and not someone else?
She sits and, like, thinks, if we could convince the others that he is the guilty party and manages to escape after his arrest while he's within our control, and you are not found to be accomplices in that, then that would be no fault of yours.
Okay, so out of game, what if we just create a scenario where where Jaeger gets to kill Kekrum for us, and then everybody can see it, and then he just dips so that we're exonerated, and it's not our problem anymore.
That sounds
Yeah.
complicated.
I mean, I'm down for it.
I think that we should just go ambush the armored carriage and have Eidos dimension Torian and just take them out and teleport out.
That's a little much. I mean, we're kind of
If
already
it
pushing
just
it.
disappeared out of the carriage.
Did you guys want to do anything else with Berlin, or do you guys want to head out and into the city and plan amongst yourselves?
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Do you know any really good libraries and whether or not I'll be able to have access to them?
She kind of, like,
Can I look at your books?
thinks about it. Let me see. Locations in...
He's got a penchant for, like, really dirty, smutty kind of books.
Yeah.
Just a heads up.
No.
She nods knowingly, like, yes. I'm familiar with them.
Wizards.
Wizards.
I read one smutty book
It was not
was
one. You
called
sat and read like a
Tusk Glove.
library of them.
After he read that book, he would not stop asking if he could see people's wands, and it was really weird. Every time he said it, he did this eyebrow wiggle.
There is the Enclave Library. It's kind of on the border between the Temple District and the Mannerborn District. I could reach out to the headmaster there and see about getting you a guest pass into their library if you would like.
That would be very helpful.
All right, well, I will see what I can find out from that, as long as you don't end up in my trouble book. We should be able to accommodate something. She gives you all a very knowing
On
smile.
the naughty list.
I think I need to unruffle some very ruffled guards' feathers and explain the depths of what's going on here. I
Tell them we
appreciate
said
you all-
hi.
Yes, I do appreciate you making such haste to get here so quickly. It does show that you care about this situation and are taking it seriously, and that is...
It's
That carries weight.
pretty important to us, at least for some reasons.
Friends are important. important, and it is important to take care of one's friends. So, very well. Okay.
Okay.
And she'll stand up. Well, I hope next time we meet it's better. Good luck.
Right.
Mm.
Thank you.
So when we leave and we're like a little ways away, it's just like, all right. I mean, I've got like 3 different ideas and none of them are good.
That's what I like to hear.
Like I said, A, we could break into, or at least like Eodos could jump into the armored carriage, get them out. No one sees us. They don't know what happened to the prisoners. Or B, we just go kill Bog and, get rid of some of his shitty ass influence on the situation.
Can I at least try and find a book on star metal before
Can it
we
wait?
create chaos?
I mean,
I don't know if we necessarily need a book at the moment. Like, worst comes to worst, we can steal the book as we're hightailing it out of here, but...
Well, the book, it's not
Break into
important.
the
It's just
library.
trying to find information on star metal. So we can, help you with your
oh.
tink tink.
How
I mean,
long?
I feel like I need a doctor, not necessarily a book.
Give me an hour. And by then, if I find nothing, then, I'll leave it as is. And if I find a book, maybe I can
For later.
hopefully try and take it with me.
Are you gonna be able to get in an hour? She says she was gonna have to send word to see if she could get you a guest pass.
Well, I guess
She
we'll
was
see.
gonna try to get you entry. You're just gonna bludgeon your way into the academy.
Well, I won't force my
Wrong
way
place.
in. I'll just see if I can go in.
Just name drop.
Okay.
Break into a library. Give me a book.
I will.
The robbery.
I'll give you an hour.
Yeah, it's about 5:30 right now, probably mid to late afternoon. Say 4:30.
Why don't we go?
Then-
Why don't we go scope Vogg's house out at least?
I can dig that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, did you want to go to the library while we did that? Or do you want to stay with us in case?
Yeah,
Bad
you,
things
if you want to, we'll be in the Mannerborn district. Didn't she say it was on the border
Border.
between
Pretty
Temple
close.
District and Mannerborn?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll go to the
I can
library.
send you
You
a message if
guys.
you need help.
Yeah, I'll
Continue
let
on.
I'll let you guys borrow Feathers, and I'll tell Feathers, follow, looks at the party, Ken's orders as best as you can.
Smart.
How dare you?
This. Grab. Okay. So you provide them with your familiar. He ruffles his feathers up at you, kind of like lifts one wing and preens his feathers a bit, and then just kind of gives you this like, "I look."
Okay.
So you walk through the Temple District, coming across the Enclave Library here at the border between the Temple District and the Mannerborn District. It basically looks like a city public library. It's very wide and very square. It's 4 stories tall, and each story looks to be about 15-20 feet. So it's got like these really tall ceilings in it, very large archways out front. Kind of the picture I have in my mind is like, think like New York Museum of Art type
Mm.
entry.
Okay.
You wave goodbye to your friends who continue through the Mannerborn district and walk up the stairs of this large, what could be considered a temple, to books, to knowledge, to, the things that you enjoy.
God.
You step through the main doors, and there's probably a batch, or like a bank of about 6 different doors, and behind it is like a large lobby area with high walls with beautiful murals painted on it, and like a counter with a younger kind of, let's see, probably halfling girl, late teens, early 20s, sitting like behind the counter, just flipping through one of the books. And as you come in, she looks up across this probably like 40-foot gap in this atrium, acknowledges you, and then just sort of goes back to her reading.
I guess I'll walk up to her.
She kind of hears you stepping up and looks up. Oh, good afternoon. How can I help?
Hi, I was wondering if it was alright for me to peruse your library.
Can I get your name, please?
Aerith Zatara. I know it's a little late, or early, I should say, but there should be word of me receiving a guest pass.
Guest pass. I haven't had anything recent. Let me roll some dice to ask the dice. And it flips through. I don't have anything here for Zatara. Who did you say was getting you
I
access?
forgot her
She's
name.
got this like her roll me an intelligence check from Aerith. I mean, she has this like I'm so sorry. How can I help? Like furrowed brow on.
God damn it.
Wait.
You know what? I have an inspiration. I'm gonna use an inspiration.
Go for it.
I hate this. I hate this game.
Let me ask the dice. Let me ask the dice.
One of the
Okay.
one of the council of four.
One of the council. I mean, that's pretty much what you can remember is that she was one of the council women, and he goes, oh, okay. Well, I mean, if it was a woman on the council, that would have been Councilwoman Boleyn.
Boleyn, that was her name.
She kind of like flips through. She looks at you. I don't have any authorization. We have a public access section that has fiction and historical documents of the city and the surrounding areas, but the restricted sections do require authorized access.
Well, I was kind of hoping to get information on certain metals, but if your public section doesn't have that, I guess I'll wait. How long do you think I would be able to enter with a guest pass?
She kind of like looks down, flips through some papers. I don't know. Once you have it, then you'll have access, but it just depends on like they get allocated for many different reasons, special research from guilds or foreign dignitaries that are looking to peruse our special collections. Usually it's within about a day from what I know, but the wheels of bureaucracy grind slowly and all of us to a pulp.
I guess I will
I
just...
mean, maybe your rock book, or maybe your metal book isn't in special restricted access.
Maybe. I guess I'll just go and look at your public section.
Very good. If there's anything I can help you get, or if you need one of the ladders, please let me know, and I'll let you know if I hear anything while you're here, okay?
Thank you. And I'll
You're
just
welcome.
start
And she-
perusing.
Okay, roll me investigation.
Look for metal book.
I do have this for my background, which I forgot to bring up when I was looking for a book on blade singing.
Nice.
Where's he? Knowledge seek is secret. Okay, interesting. Roll me an investigation. You can roll with advantage.
Okay. I have a +10. I feel like nobody with his perception. Ooh, yay.
Hey,
There you go.
You're there for a while. She shows you into the public section, and you're expecting, like, trailer down the street library. Like, tiny, maybe they got 100 books. It's not. It's huge. It's
Woo.
beautiful. It's kind of like it's laid out as one corner of the building, but it stretches up all 4 floors. And as she like opens the door into it, you look up, and it's just 4 floors of books and stairs. And in the center of it are just desks and tables and lanterns, like magical lanterns burning to keep this gentle, warm light. There are a handful of other researchers kind of just milling about in here. And she goes, okay, well, this is the public section. Kind of goes, this is fiction, history. There's a religion section, geology. There's a few on the more advanced sciences. Some on basics of arcane and natural magics. So if you need help finding anything, let me know. And then she heads back to her desk. You dive into the books, and it's actually a lot more enjoyable than you thought. And I'll tell you what you find after
Next time on Dragon Ball
the party.
Z.
The rest of you have left Aerith in his home away from homes, this giant, beautiful library here at the Manorborn Temple District, and are heading down the street towards the address that you know was Vogg's Manor. How are you approaching? How are you doing? What are you doing?
Stealth.
Uh,
We want low profile. We want anonymity. We're probably gonna all be invisible.
Okay. Invisibility does help. You are invisible. How are you facilitating the invisibility?
Casting invisibility.
Okay, because you can cast it at 5th level and then get everybody, right?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Since there's only 4 of us, I can definitely cover all 4 of us.
Hell yeah.
so,
Everybody roll me a stealth check at advantage. Are you guys adding anything else to this as you approach?
Pass without trace.
Okay, you get passed without a trace from nobody. That's another plus 10,
hell yeah. Well, thank you for the advantage.
right? So 32, 31, 41.
Hell yeah. Alright, Ken, do it up. We'll see it.
Come on, Ken.
21.
Still good.
21's still good.
Right.
21's still decently, legitimately solid. Let me... Okay. You cast the spell, coordinate what you're going to do, cast the spell, you're all invisible, you can still hear each other, and you move quietly down the streets. You're kind of like weaving through crowds as these 4 invisible blobs moving through this stream of people. Not even a stream. You're in the Manorborn district, so there is not a lot of foot traffic compared to the other ones, but there are still people moving about that you have to dodge out of the way of, or a carriage will come down the road. You kind of all have to tuck against a building and just let it pass because they can't see you to get out of your way. You finally approach the mansion that you have determined to be Vogg's. Everybody roll me perception checks.
Hey, come on, roll. Don't fail me now.
Change to...
Swear to God. Would not be an advantage. That
It
works.
didn't matter.
Wait, why is it not turning that one off? There we go. Just turn the music to something else. Okay, 30. You see a 27 and a 30. Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. As you are approaching, it is a wide, large manor. 2, 3, 4. It's probably about 150, 200 feet wide. It goes 2.5 stories tall. It has a low kind of stone fence that just winds out in front of the front door. You each kind of fall into your own little vantage points and take a look at it. There are lights on inside. You can see them through the window. This like faint flickering of arcane fire just warmly lighting the interior. How long do you guys watch the mansion?
That's a good question. How long do you guys want to watch?
Right, I don't know.
How long does the invisibility last?
An hour.
Oh, we could do it for about an hour then.
Guess an hour, yeah.
Okay.
Until
As you
And, like,
watch,
Where's
just
the front
before
deck?
just before it turns off, so
Yeah,
we can leave and not be
Yeah.
seen.
get the fuck out of there.
yeah. Okay. So you each fall into a comfortable stakeout, essentially. You watch the mansion carefully. You see the flickering of candlelight, the glow from behind the windows. You see no movement behind the windows. There are nobles who move down the street going home. You hear a few haughty conversations about the neighbors down the street, just mundane affairs of the nobility. But as you watch the mansion, you see no movement at all. You finally feel the magic starting to run a little thin, Eidos. You got about 5 minutes, and you kind of tap Ken on the shoulder.
Yeah, I'll tap whoever's close. I'll start tapping shoulders to let them know we gotta go.
Okay, you guys kind of
What now?
fall back.
So what now? I didn't see shit.
We set his house on fire.
No.
I mean,
Or break in.
yeah.
That
I mean, breaking in sounds better. I mean, I could turn into him and just walk up and try the front door.
and those clothes.
Well, you know.
First off, rude.
Well, I'm just saying, even though they can change their appearance, they gotta change their
Yeah.
clothes too.
We could go steal some noble clothes.
I mean, he's gotta come home eventually, right?
Maybe. I
Unless
mean,
he-
we've seen him in towns like across the country. Maybe he's not here.
Perception 30. You would have also seen there is on one side, in the hour you were invisible, you did do like a circle of the house, nobody. You saw what looked like a small side door on the east side of the house that just had some like weird glass inlay in the side door. And you also did see a carriage kind of secured around the west side of the house.
Like his personal carriage.
It looked fancy.
Does it have mistreated horses nearby?
You didn't see any horses, no. They didn't have a stable here either.
Okay. So you said there
mean-
was a glass thing?
Kind of. From where you were, it was obviously a door. It was kind of shaped, door-like, but it looked like the stained glass windows that you see in the keep, and it was just sort of glowing with the light from inside. It was just sort of like this, like almost looked like a rose bush in stained glass, but it was a door.
I mean, I guess this isn't the worst thing. We wanted to get in there and like find some stuff to incriminate him. If he's not here, we could just go in and look for stuff.
Yeah. We would probably want invisibility cast again, and also maybe not clanky heavy armor.
Yeah.
Haha. Now your clothes get made fun of.
That was so brutal. That was such a low blow.
I know.
All right. So what do you guys want to do?
I mean, I'm on team break-in personally, but
I guess
Yeah,
I
I'm
gotta.
fine.
I guess I gotta go light and break in then.
Give me a second. Man, I didn't expect Aerith. Okay.
we could wait for Aerith, I guess.
It's up
but
to you
who knows
guys,
how long he's
whatever
gonna
you would
be.
do.
Probably be best we have the full party.
Yeah.
I did
You
say an
want me to
hour.
message him and be like, hey.
You,
Also
okay,
do-
so you said
okay.
you'd be an hour?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I missed the, or just
that's
didn't
true.
process it. So, okay, an hour. as you guys are having this discussion, Aerith might come to join you. After you search around for an hour within the library, Aerith. Let me see. You rolled a 29 on your investigation.
Mm-hmm.
You spend the beginning, you go first to the kind of earth sciences section, geology, and there's just a lot of study on various ores, minerals, rocks, their possible arcane and healing properties. You're just sort of flipping through and you're like, you don't see anything about star metal. You do see some things about star metal, but it's just the basic things that you already know. What you do find beyond that is it's actually in the kids section, the like children's section. It's weird because you weren't expecting it, but it talks about a city in the stars, or a city made of stars, or something along those lines. And it's kind of this children's introduction to the multiverse, the planes of existence, because there is some knowledge, but it's super dumbed down. It's like, this is the Shadowfell. It's super scary. This is the Feywild, where everything's so hairy. It's that kind of book. But you're flipping through it, just sort of like amusing yourself more than anything at the silliness of it. And you do get to a section where they talk about a world somewhere in the multiverse with a city made of starlight. And the depiction is very like it's almost fever dream like when you're looking at it, like it was written by or drawn by somebody who had a fever dream. But it's these very straight buildings, tall and elegant, shimmering with light and a very kind of familiar shade of grayish stone metal. What that means, you have no idea, but it kind of strikes that like nerve in the back of your mind of, and then you realize that it's been about an hour and 15 minutes, and your friends are probably going to be waiting for you soon.
I will go up to the lady with the children's book, or to the girl.
Can I borrow this?
Do you mind if I borrow this?
She kind of like looks at it. Oh, I mean, this is just, she flips through it, and this was a copy, so a donation of 15 gold, and it's yours. Just to pay for the copy time, we have to, remake the book.
I don't have any money on me.
She kind
Charge
of
it to
like,
the guild.
she kind of like, make me a persuasion check. She like looks up at you as you like, you sigh so heavily.
Oh, Aerith, you're so sad.
Of course.
Nice.
She kind of just like tucks the book closer to her chest. I can hold on to it for you if you want, if you can go somewhere and earn some money. But unfortunately, we do need to pay for them to be reprinted.
You might actually be able to charge it to the guild, because this is one of the guild cities.
Would it be possible to charge it to the guild instead?
Kinda narrows her eyes. Let me roll a d20. Hold on. Let me see.
Do they take card?
Do you take card?
I don't think. I don't know what that means. I don't.
Nope.
Yeah. Sorry.
Every time, maybe I shouldn't have taken the sage background.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have just taken entertainer.
I mean, Sage helped. It's right there.
I know.
I feel like you could just memorize the page. It's a child's book. Just remember the rhyme and move on.
I did take a couple notes on it. So I will.
You can take notes on it if you'd like. You can have scribbled it down quickly, at least that pertinent part.
I was just like, okay, you know what? Just hand me the book for a moment, and I'm just gonna take a couple notes, and I'll pull out my notebook, my quote-unquote special notebook, and write out,
Okay.
you
and
know,
you start to write that in.
yeah, the entries.
Cool. All right, got it. You enter it in, copying it as best you can, and as accurately as you can into your special journal. It does take you a few more minutes, so by the time you get out of there, it has been about an hour and a half since your friends left. What is Aerith doing at that point?
At that point, I'm going to use my eyesight and view what Feathers is looking at.
Okay,
See
so
how
as you
everything's
guys
going.
are, as you guys are outside Vogg's, well, you're not outside Vogg's Manor anymore. You have now kind of retreated back towards a safer
Down into
place,
a
a
little
few blocks
alley.
away. Yeah, to kind of hole up and discuss. There aren't really alleys here in the Manorborn district, but there are streets that
Behind
are
someone's
disused.
mansion.
Yeah, exactly. What are the four of you doing? What's the plan now?
Were we breaking in? Trying
I
to.
think so. I'm gonna wait for Aerith, and I'm running out of spells a little bit.
Luckily,
Do I
we
just,
got that the short rest in the office. So I got all of mine back, so I'm at 2 after invisibility.
Do you think if I shook Aerith's owl, he wouldn't notice or realize?
Feathers
You're so
looks at
mean.
you and narrows his eyes, but why?
Because I don't want to use a spell slot for sending. Dang it.
Eric can see through his eyes, so he'll probably know when we're done.
But what if he's wrapped up in books like he usually does, and it takes him 8 hours, like sometimes it does?
No, it doesn't.
No, I mean, he did. He's done, so.
I mean, could I just tell Feathers to, hey, go get Aerith and tell him that he needs to come over here?
Go find your master.
He poofs up and flies away into the city. What are you guys going to do while you wait?
Try to not look suspicious standing outside the fence.
Right?
All right. Sounds good. Just go ahead, everybody. Just roll me stealth or a charisma check. You can do one of the two. Because I will give nobody his ability to just disappear, but I know you're both better at just looking nonchalant.
In theory.
Yeah, in theory. Aerith, what you see, you close your eyes, you open that link.
Slow for me.
It's you!
Oh no.
Hey, you're coming really fast at yourself. And Feathers is right there in front of you. He just lands on your shoulders as you're watching and
Trippy.
kind of looks over to you and just kind of picks at your hair a bit.
Alright, lead me there.
Nice. Wow, we did so good, guys. We were
Okay.
so nonchalant.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
I need to
Except for
roll-
nobody who's just not there.
Okay.
It just vanishes into the shadows.
Nobody. Roll me a d20.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's either a good or bad
I
thing.
believe in you.
They have disadvantage when finding me.
Okay. Rose, roll me
So-
2d6.
Okay. 2d6.
6.
7.
Okay. 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 So as you guys slink into a side alley, discuss things, Feathers flies away, you try to look as inconspicuous as you can. Nobody just disappears. Y'all are like, what the
God damn it, nobody.
The rest of you, however, as you are attempting to look nonchalant, you look to your left and a small group of guards walking through the city look to their left. There are, you guessed it, 6 of them. And they kind of narrow their eyes and start to walk towards the 3 of you. You've got about 50 feet.
Let's play cool. Just let them know we're, just walking around. We're not harming anyone or anything.
That's the plan.
And
Play it
that,
cool.
and that's right, and that's enough. Do you want me to pretend to be a noble? Kid?
The panic.
No, let's just. I mean, we're technically not lying. We're just chilling here, so.
Yeah, but what if we're not allowed to just chill here because, it's a noble district?
As you whisper that quietly, enough to not be heard beyond a few feet, you hear, "Good evening. How are you all doing this evening?"
Pretty well, sir. How are you?
"Oh, I'm doing fine. Ah, do you all live here?"
No, but we are planning to possibly purchase some land here in Baldur's Gate in the very near future. We're just just exploring the area. If that's all
Deception
right.
check.
I apologize if it's against the rules. I mean, we can leave if that's the case.
Deception check. And I get to roll
Alright,
me an insight.
Yeah, maybe Ken really does want to buy some land out here, though. You never know.
All right, I guess we're getting Flash of Genius preemptively ready.
Okay.
Deception.
All right, 5.
10. That's a 10.
10? It's a 10. Okay. As you flash of genius, coming up with a perfectly believable story. He nods. "I mean, it seems strange to be checking out properties at night, but who am I to argue with nobility?" He looks around. "You, any trouble this evening? Any more unique fellows than yourselves about?" He kind of grins at you, smiles at you.
No, sir. It's just us. We're actually getting ready to skedaddle and find somewhere to lay down for the evening, actually.
"Oh, well, don't let me stop you. Sorry, we just sometimes get questionable people here attempting to relieve the nobility of their more precious belongings, and while you did not strike any sort of wrong, just wanted to touch base with any strangers who may be moving about. No harm intended."
Yeah, of course, and I appreciate you. You're doing wonderful work patrolling the city. I appreciate the good work you guys are doing. Thank you. And we'll definitely keep an eye out for any ne'er-do-wells.
Good job. We're trusting in you to help us keep these streets safe. And he gives you like that, only you can stop forest fires smile, and then turns and walks back to his buddies, and they talk shortly, and then they kind of look over at you, and then they just sort of head back to the street they were walking down.
I can't believe that actually worked.
Yep.
You were way too nice to be a noble.
Please
You want to see?
tell me
roll?
what he rolled. Please tell me.
It was a natural one. He had a +4 though, so if you hadn't flash of genius it, he would have seen through that shit
Yeah.
because it was still a 5.
Oh no.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
Oh, God.
As you sigh
That
relieved
should not
from
have
the
worked.
other end of the alley, you see Feathers, and then shortly after a lightly winded Aerith as he's been jogging this whole way. And he joins up with the three of you.
Look
Nobody,
who
do
it
you just step
is.
out of the shadows and reveal yourself?
Yep.
Sorry.
He's just there. Oof.
Are
Alright.
you ready? What are we doing? Are we breaking into this guy's house or not?
Breaking and entering.
Is that really what you
Okay,
guys
I mean,
decided
listen-
to do?
Well, he didn't come
Uh,
out,
Better than
Or,
reading a book.
do anything. And like we said, we could just go in there and find some incriminating shit on him, or plant some incriminating shit on him, or both,
Or find him and just,
right? Or find him and be like, "Hey, what the fuck? We were waiting for you outside, jerk."
You fucking freak, come outside.
Get out of your house, where you live,
How dare you be at home?
right?
I'm going to have
Or
feathers.
we could go knock and be like, "Hey, what's up?"
I'm gonna have feathers
I mean,
fly
if he
over to
knows
the
we're here.
house and try and peek through the windows.
Okay. Roll me perception or investigation with feathers.
He has higher perception. And it's nighttime, so he's got dark vision.
There you go.
Boop.
Nine.
Doesn't
Feathers
matter. It doesn't
flies
matter.
over. Yeah, he
I
looks
think
through the various
Does the owl have
windows.
to be there?
The house is really well furnished. Like, it's beautiful. There are like glowing sconces on the walls, releasing
You
this
have
gentle,
advantage.
warm light.
Do I?
Oh, you do have advantage. Go for it. See if you see
For
anything else
keen-
aside from the
keen
basic
hearing
narration.
and sight.
You don't see any movement.
It's cut off. I'm sorry. That
Nice.
doesn't make it better.
Ideal. Good job, man.
Yeah, you don't see any movement at all. You just see the rooms that you would see on the second floor. You see a very large, ornate, beautiful bedroom. Flying around, you see what looks like a smaller kind of library with maroon purple rug or carpeting. It's hard to tell, but it's just very, very bright in this one particular room. But you don't see any movement. You don't see anybody in there at all.
I'm not seeing
I mean-
anything inside.
Yeah, it seems pretty. Either way, we need to decide something quick because we already almost got arrested. I'm in team. Let's just break in and find or plant stuff.
Like stealth break in or like throw a brick through a window break in.
Preferably stealth.
Preferably stealth. Yeah.
All right, well, one of you
Like I
guys
said-
pick the lock. Let's get in. I assume his windows are locked.
Yeah.
But what do you?
Or
What
like
do
I
you?
said, I could turn into him and like lead nobody up and pretend like he's a servant.
I will say I don't have lockpicking tools.
God damn it, nobody.
No way. I got him.
Yeah, Ken can do it.
God damn it, nobody.
What kind of rogue are you?
He has the
All right,
proficiency,
here's
just not
what
the
we
tools.
here's what we do. We're gonna get that piece of fucking star metal in your head.
Turn it into lockpicks.
Thieves.
I actually don't have proficiency. Oh, never mind. I do.
You do, because you have a thief. You're rogue tip.
Yep. I have proficiency in a lot of different tools: alchemist supplies, poisoner's kit, disguise kit.
So what we'll do is we'll get that star metal embedded in your head, just shaved down and into a set of thieves tools, and you
Oh,
just
yeah.
headbutt a lock and open it.
Right?
I
Also,
don't think
what's
that's how that
your
works.
what's everybody's lock picking skill? I guess.
Non-existent.
Well.
Open the window.
I'm pretty good
Yeah.
with any tool to put in my hand, so
Knocking on the door.
Do you want to be temporarily better?
Temporarily.
My lock
mean-
picking is usually just like teleporting into a space.
That's one way to do it.
I mean, I could just teleport me and somebody in, and then you could just unlock the door and open it for everybody.
Also true if you want to use the spell slot. Quickly,
yeah,
deciding, please.
I'm kind of on board with you.
I'm just waiting on. I'm just waiting. What do you guys want? Because it's literally like I snap the finger and me and somebody's inside. and you just open the door.
Let's do
kinda on
that.
board
Let's
with
do
those
that.
things,
Sure, why not? Go for it.
Okay.
All right, then Eidos will just put a hand on Ken's shoulder, and then boop, they're inside.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and move us to here then. You guys can see the outside of the building, right?
Yes.
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 I just wanted to make sure because it's hard to tell on this map because of the in-baked lighting where the
Yeah.
the hidden
I had
areas are.
to scroll out.
Where?
A little bit,
Which
but yeah.
side is the front door?
That is down here. I'm on the
So-
wrong. Yeah, that side. So there's this
Yeah.
this kind of serpentine stone wall that just pokes out just a little bit, almost to where the street is, and you have to go through this 5-foot wide gate before you come up to a 10-foot wide door. You guys are nowhere really near this map right now because you're still off in no man's land. Let me get your actual tokens. Where's
Yeah, you guys just stealthily make your way up. Me and Ken are inside.
this map? Wow.
I will preemptively bardic inspiration for Aerith.
I hate you, but thank you.
So, as Eidos, you grab Ken. Ken, you are shunted in. I'm just going to put you guys over here because you're just far away right now. And appear inside a... You're just aiming for just past the door, right, Eidos?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. You emerge out of the space into a large ornate atrium with a kind of curved stairway going up into a main stairway. And as you materialize on the floor, both you guys give me dexterity saving throws, please.
Oh, shit.
Glyph of warding.
What did you do? I hope not.
Oh
God.
no.
I mean, I
okay.
wouldn't be surprised. Oh no, Ken.
You hit the ground, and Ken, you feel the ground. The ground is not made of solid. The ground is made of balls, and your feet go straight out from under you, and you land flat on your ass, just like blam. Wind knocked out of you. Eidos, you scramble for a bit and manage to keep your footing. You don't go prone, and then as that goes off, and you manage to take in the situation, like what the fuck just happened? Both of you make me a dexterity saving throw again. Ken, yours is at disadvantage.
Oh no.
At least it's not a fireball.
Maybe.
I mean, I would be
Oh,
AFK
Ken.
if it's I would be
Why?
happy if it's a fireball, to be honest with you.
As Ken, you go, ow, and look over and see the ball bearings spread out on the floor here that you just rolled over. Eidos, you kind of look down, plant your feet, ball bearings, and as you have that thought, both of you feel a blast of energy. You take 31 lightning damage as
Here's the
a
Oh my god.
bolt of lightning crackles from the ceiling into the ball bearings, dissipating across all the metal and dealing 31 damage to both of you.
Lovely.
Well, that worked out. We at least got it out before the party got in, and everybody got blessed potentially.
No.
How do you hear that from outside?
Just unlock the door for them now.
You heard
Do
nobody.
we hear a clap of fucking lightning?
Let's see. Rose, actually, Rose, you have a pretty high passive perception too. Aerith,
Not too
I think
bad.
you're the only one that's questionable. You can go ahead and roll me a perception check to see if Aerith hears it too. But you do hear thump, and then like a slam, and then
Eidos just kind of waves a hand.
My
and casts
passive is
Mage Hand to
17,
unlock
by the
the door.
way.
okay, at 17, that's actually not bad. I didn't. Okay, all right, yeah, you all would have heard it from within there. And Eidos, what'd you say?
He just casts Mage Hand and unlocks the door.
Okay, you unlock the door. The door is now unlocked.
Are we close enough that I could send a message?
Yeah, you're probably within about 100, 120 feet.
Right. Just send a message to just you good?
Everything okay?
Yeah, we just got home alone.
Home Alone.
Doors
We could have
unlocked,
done
so
that
we're
to
good.
figure out if Vog was here. Just start sending messages randomly.
I mean,
we
I
don't
thought
know
the
the
point was to not
distance.
let him know that he's coming. Also,
I mean, you don't have to use your voice, do you?
for message, I mean, I could use a voice, I suppose.
Use a really ominous. Your time is up.
Coming for you, bitch.
Yeah, you could do that. Be like, okay, well, if it activates, you know he's within a set distance.
And you would also be able to determine his direction if you kept,
Yeah,
took
I
enough
mean,
time.
I could try it.
It's up to you.
Well, the door's unlocked. Come on in.
Right, maybe we should go in and see if they're okay first.
Fair enough.
We're gonna. I mean, are we stealthing? Does it matter anymore?
It's up to you guys.
I guess until we at least get into the house.
Yeah. It matters for the stealthy people. Anyone else can do whatever.
I'll
Alright, roll me
still
stealth.
try and stealth.
Do your
You've got a
best.
D10. And if
I'm
it doesn't
gonna
help, you
use
still
that
get to keep it.
D10.
You might as well.
You won.
Because, like, if it
I put,
doesn't.
Okay.
put a handle on nobody's shoulder and cast a light.
Do not.
Okay, so Mage Hand, you unlock the door, right?
Yeah.
Did he open the door?
Oh,
No, I just
God.
unlocked it because I don't know if it can push.
That's
I don't know
fine.
how
That's
heavy
what I
the door
thought.
is.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, so nobody. You are the first one here with your stealth. You basically just quietly and invisibly hurtle over this short stone wall here and up to the door. You going in?
Well, I hope I don't get electrocuted. I'm gonna open the door.
All right, you grab the handle, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Does this bitch even live here?
You feel as your hand hits it, the handle immediately superheats and lights up to almost like a white hot color. You pull your hand away and take 8 fire damage because you do manage to save. But it looks like shit's hot. It's kind of just like
Well, maybe I should have opened it for you because
Right.
like, that wouldn't have mattered to me. My bad. Nobody.
Send a message to Eidos. Door's hot.
Ken, you good? You need some help up? How you feeling, champ?
Yeah, Ken's just laying there like fucking asshole.
Are you
Yeah,
hurt or is it just
Hey.
your pride?
Are we sure he's here, or is he just trapped this house because he knew we would fuck around and find out?
I don't know. Only one way to find out.
Wait,
Ken's gonna
we haven't
split
even
it.
seen any servants, have we?
you saw nobody,
Not even yourself.
not even yourself. Your
I
stealth
am
is too high.
invisible. To me, that's the red flag. Like, yeah, there has to be somebody.
Especially out of the
Eidos
noise
could open the
everyone
door.
made.
Ken's gonna get up and also start to think that this might not be a good idea anymore. Something's going on.
As you all
Like, who would trap this house this much?
I mean,
they're
he
with-
would.
Still though.
Hey,
I mean, I guess just try sending him a message real quick just to see if he's even here. Because if he's not, there's no reason for us to go fumbling through traps. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could try.
roll me a d20.
Stand in the
Ooh.
middle of.
Ooh, change your voice to obviously it did not make it.
Change it into the freak in the red collar. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Severin.
Yeah,
Which one?
Make your voices severed when you send him the
Severin?
message.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that.
I mean, he's invaded your dreams enough. You probably could.
Yeah, I know that fucker's voice. Heard him enough times now. Yeah, I'll get up to the door so I've got like a coverage on the house.
Okay.
And then I'll go around trying to get a connection, and I'll use Severin's voice. And I guess I'll wait until D20. Hold on.
Interesting. Okay. Roll me an insight check really quick, Rose.
Let's see.
Oop, that is not reveal, that is hide. 10.
We're hidden
Okay.
now. We're censored.
You cast your spell a few different directions.
Is
Mhm.
yeah. I was about to say if Rose is 30 feet, throw him a flash of genius.
Oh, for insight. Okay. Um, right, 15 is better. You begin your casting, and message is interesting because it either fails or it connects. It's
Right.
been basically your experience. You get a third in this case.
Um,
The target is within range, but the spell could not be delivered. Is what you
This
ascertain.
text has not been delivered.
Kind of. Like it was like the phone call connected and then was cut off.
Well, okay.
And you were
Hey.
at that time pointing kind of towards Ken and down.
All right. Well, good news and bad news. Good news. I think he's here.
Bad news.
Bad news. Apparently, he has the ability to cut off a spell, which I wasn't aware that was an option.
Well, you would know. Message. Magical silence, 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood blocks the spell. The spell doesn't have to follow a straight line and can travel. So it you haven't experienced it a lot because it doesn't come up a lot, but it was like something got in the way of the spell making it all the way there.
Oh, okay. But it was like heading towards him, and it got blocked.
Yeah, as far with a 15 insight, it connected but failed to go through.
So he's got a panic room in the basement. He's trying to be chill,
Hide in.
set us up with all these traps and shit. Let us get killed by that.
Probably. That sounds like him.
All right, well, what do we
I
want to do? Do we want to go chasing after him, go down there? Do we want to hold off?
mean,
Either
he is
way,
here.
I think we'll call it soon just because we're approaching 5 hours. But
Yeah.
yeah, how about we pick up here with you guys deciding, and you can kind of discuss the merits this week as to whether it'd be better to keep going. You get into the house and carefully, without burning yourself any further, close the front door. Ick around the ball bearings that had caused Eodos and Ken to fall flat on their ass. I couldn't have hoped for that to happen better. Oh my god! Like I was like, you just teleported right onto my ball bearings. That's amazing.
It was just Ken falling on his ass.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you
And
kinda
then getting electrocuted.
Yeah, we got blasted by that lightning. That was that was for sure.
Yeah.
Why don't we
and
just
you guys-
burn his house to the ground? Like fuck. Do we have to go after him? We can just burn this bitch to the ground, right?
Technically, I think
Evidence
some
for-
sort of
Oh, Ken trying to maintain the voice of morality here.
But
Oh,
my
Hang
only
tight.
problem is that if we burned it to the ground, thank you. That I'm pretty sure being in the noble district, they would just put it out right away because nobles.
Nah, they would never do that.
aw. All right, well, you guys can figure that out. That was good, man. They rolled so bad. I rolled 6 d20s at the beginning to see how they were doing, and none of them were above 5.
Hell yeah, dude.
I was just like, well, that's what we're doing tonight before you guys go fuck up
Everyone's doing
Fog. Is
poorly,
apparently you guys got to go save M.
Yep. Oh no.
We
Saved
didn't have to, yeah, and we didn't have to kill any guards.
You didn't. You legitimately didn't. You guys did not. The worst that you guys did was you put up a big wall that hurt him when he tried to hurt it. That was Ken's construct. Just kind of burned him back.
That's
And
not our fault.
that wasn't your fault. It was not. He was. I rolled the dice and I was like, all right, this is kind of a save against being persuaded away from his course of like, I am a guard of this city and will execute its laws. And he rolled a natural fucking 20 against you, Edos. And I was like, no, man, this man is
Am I right?
he gonna die.
He will die for his morals.
I was more worried that Jaeger was gonna kill every last one of them. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
that
you
man
guys
was
got-
on a mission.
he was cleaning up the ones that were streaming in, and then Rose was like, "Stop!" and he was like, "Fine, all right, jeez, ruin all my fun."
Don't jump down my throat. I'm helping.
Motherfuckers have 20 hit points. I'm able to they just explode. It's great.
They just died. Hell yeah.
All right. Well, Boggs Manor. I loved it because that was the opening sequence. Just to Home Alone was. Oh, when you said it, I just grinned to myself. Yup. We'll see how you guys proceed from here because you kind of know what's up now a little bit,
A
but
little bit.
we'll see.
Are we gonna look for traps? Probably not.
Are you gonna remember in a week's time?
There's gonna be
Probably
ice at the stairs leading to the basement. There's gonna be
No.
paint
Except I'm like,
bins.
like we could actually get murdered by these traps. Like realistically, Kevin McAllister was a goddamn sociopath. That was he wasn't trying to protect. He was trying to kill two
Kill
adult men.
them.
Yeah.
Kill
Boggs not
and
trying to
kill.
protect himself, and this wasn't set up for you guys. He pisses off a lot of people. His house is just this way.
It's just how it is for him.
Yeah, I was about to say.
He basically
what?
Like
has
this?
the most intricate magical alarm system
Freak.
ever, and it's not a alert the guards, it's deal with the intruders.
What a freak.
What an
Yeah.
ass.
He's
How does he
fun.
do anything in his house if it's all trapped?
You can turn
He
off
fucks
the
up
alarm
one
system.
time
He can
and
turn
sets-
off the alarm system.
Okay. So they're all like raced to a single point.
I mean, the ball
technically?
bearings, that was definitely something he or somebody threw out as they prepared for whatever was
few.
happening. But like the glyphs of warding and stuff have to be they take time. So
Yeah, those have to be like
that was definitely ahead of
done
time.
and triggered.
Mhm. So but yeah. We'll see how the rest of this goes. I have my nice book of traps and a random trap generator here, so
Definitely.
I have
that
Home
trap
Alone in my
builds
memory to
into-
inspire and drive me. And man, that was just a third level lightning bolt. That was
Yeah,
just
I rolled
That's
Yeah.
high.
base
It was-
damage.
Yikes.
yeah, 8d6 31. It's like, oof, okay,
Yikes.
love it. That was good. The 29. It was 27. Aerith to actually find something
Oh.
Oh,
that
really?
Hell
could
yeah.
yes,
Hell
and
yeah.
it's just hilarious. You didn't have 15 goals.
Yeah.
I keep
Cracks me
forgetting
up.
to
Can't even buy
grab
a
some.
spoon, so-
I know. It's because she was just like, we just need a donation to refill the shelves, and you're like, I'm
Right.
flat broke, and
I'm
she's like,
I mean,
well, that sucks for
Okay.
you.
technically, I'm not broke because I have 3 fucking diamonds and like 50 sapphires.
Yeah, we're not gonna give that
You
to a
could've,
library.
Like, been like, can you take this diamond? And she would have been like, sure, and she would have dropped 15 gold in the donations and take it.
That's a power move.
It is.
Right?
But she's just an
Yeah, give
intern. She
that
just
shit
works
to
the
a
front
library.
counter.
I know.
No.
Oh man, I was so hoping you guys were gonna ask the dwarf for his name because I created a random name for him
Didn't
off
even
of a
think
dwarf
about
name
it.
What's his
generator.
name? What's
You
his
didn't
name?
think about it.
What's his
His
name?
Yeah,
His
name?
name was Bungus Hammerbelt.
Hell yeah, dude.
He sounds like he would have been a great time.
I mean, I guess nobody had a good time
Having himself a
or a bad
bungus.
time.
He's just sitting there like, no, don't move. Wang!
Has a seizure.
I'm surprised it
was
was
expected.
not. I'm surprised it wasn't like what happened in campaign 3 with letters.
Oh, I mean, like, let's just say that 10 was definitely the minimum DC, but there were higher DCs to hit. But the fact that you at least hit a 10, nobody, was really good.
That's good. At least you didn't lose, motor functions.
Or go insane and murder everyone.
Oh my god, do you guys remember the random insanity tables from Icewind Dale?
God,
Yes.
So
no.
much fun.
Fucking terrible.
Oh my
Oh
god.
god.
I see it. I want it. It's
We give
mine.
nobody one of those.
Yep. We'll see. Going forward.
It's really unfortunate that you had to go to work, Earth, and not stop me from doing stupid things.
You guys discovered new info?
A little bit, yeah.
What's the worst that could
I
happen?
feel like, right? I feel like Enos maybe wouldn't have told him to hit the metal in nobody's brain, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's for science.
For science. Actually, you know what? For science, I think Enos would have been down. At least Earth would have been down, right?
As long as it wasn't like nobody did not want to do it and we held that man down and let him, Ito's probably. I mean, I don't
No.
recommend it, but go for it.
Unfortunately, nobody kind of just lets Rosewood do what they want, which is really bad for his health.
Well, I kind of let everyone do what they want.
Exactly,
That's really bad
it's
for your
really bad
health.
for your health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Poor boy.
I am very tired.
I feel it.
Yeah.
Y'all
Have a good night, Kyle. See you next week.
Bye.
I'm gonna log out as
Now,
well.
how are we gonna avoid traps? That's the question.
That is a good
I
question.
mean,
I didn't pick up
technically we could
resilience.
search for traps. We just never do.
Can search for them. It is an investigation check, and you do have two smart people here.
Ken
It
would
can be
good at
investigation
that.
or perception, either one.
All right.
Nobody would also be good.
Ken, Aerith, you take leave. Nobody will back you up with his crazy perception.
And nobody with his high perception but very low rolls.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun because you guys will see them and still have to figure out how to deal with them, and that will be a challenge in and of itself. And I'm excited because this will be good. I was curious. Like, G brought it up today. I had spent the week kind of getting Vogg's Manor ready because I figured you were coming here, and then G brought it up. No, not today. Yesterday. It was like, maybe we'll go just deal with Robert, and I'm like, what?
After you had everything done. Hey, I never know. I don't know where we're going.
Yeah, I
Who
mean,
knows?
we
We
need
don't know
to.
where we're going.
We need to, but we kind of were planning on dealing with Vog. What
Yeah.
she gave us as the dress, you know.
Yeah, that's what I
Robert's
figured.
high on the list. He's definitely up there, but
All right. Well, I can't wait because this will be a lot of fun. All right, I'm gonna hop out, go step outside, and chill for a little bit.
I need to go too because I'm falling asleep.
Yeah.
all right, y'all take it easy.
Yes.
Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
Next week.
Thank you so much for watching, you guys. I hope you guys had some fun with our chaos as much as we did. Stay tuned for our next session. Tomorrow, I believe we should be having a Strixhaven. And then maybe tomorrow, after our Strixhaven, I might stream Final Fantasy XIV for some dragon farming or mount farming or some map farming. But unfortunately, there will not be a Curse of Strahd this upcoming Monday because Cade, the one who plays Cray in the session, is having some family over, so he will be preoccupied. So, yeah, but things could change, but I highly doubt. So stay tuned, and I hope to see you guys next time. Bye.